Chapter 726. If your majesty has any requests, please feel free to tell me. As long as I can do it, I will do my best to cooperate. Without any hesitation, Di Jia expressed his attitude. He would do his best to cooperate with Feng Zichen. There was no way he would reject him. Di Jia was muddle-headed, but he wasn't a fool. He could clearly recognize the difference between the Great Shang and Feng Zichen. A big shot like him could destroy the Great Shang with a single thought. Facing him, the Great Shang had no room to reject him. Was he rejecting him? What could he change? The outcome was still the same. In the end, they could only obediently welcome him into the Great Shang Palace. He was already giving the Great Shang a lot of face by informing them before he reincarnated. On the contrary, if the Great Shang dared to reject him, they would be ignorant. What can you do if I destroy you with a flip of my hand? From the moment Feng Zichen spoke, there were two paths in front of the Great Shang. One was to take the initiative to cooperate, the other was to be beaten into taking the initiative to cooperate. Di Jia was a smart person. Since the outcome of the two paths was the same, he would definitely choose the one with the lowest price. Rejecting him would only offend him. However, if he took the initiative to cooperate, although there was a high chance that he would lose the throne in the end, he would also gain a favor from the other party. A favor from primordial chaos Dalio Jinxian was enough to protect the Great Shang for a long time. Later, I will reincarnate into the Great Shang Palace as an innate saint. You need to make up a suitable identity for me and protect my reincarnation for 20 years. In the void, Feng Zichen instructed Di Jia indifferently. With a suitable identity, it would be convenient for his next plan. As for protecting him for 20 years, it was because he had to seal his memories for 20 years after reincarnating. The sudden appearance of a clansman in the Great Shang royal family would inevitably attract the attention of people with ulterior motives. If he acted a little special, he would not be far from exposing his identity. Therefore, Feng Zichen decided to be straightforward. He directly sealed his memories so that his reincarnation could live an ordinary life for 20 years to avoid the eyes of people with ulterior motives. He had not asked about her for 20 years. Naturally, he needed a guardian to take care of her. Otherwise, if something happened to her reincarnation, it would be a big joke. Your Majesty, what do you think if I arrange for your reincarnation to be my younger brother who is wandering outside? Di Jia said hesitantly after some thought. The inheritance of the Great Shang dynasty's throne was a little special. It coexisted with the death of the father and the death of the father. The younger brother's right of inheritance was greater than the son's. Emperor Jia had arranged for Feng Zichen's reincarnation to be his younger brother. His intention was clear. He wanted to make him his successor. However, in the face of Di Jia's good intentions, Feng Zichen did not agree. That's too much. Just arrange for him to be an ordinary member of the royal family. Feng Zichen shook his head and refused. It was too eye-catching. The identity that Emperor Jia had arranged for him was too conspicuous. Anyone who saw the sudden appearance of an heir to the throne, and who was even found from outside, would feel that there was something wrong. All right then, Zhu Jia understands. The corner of Di Jia's mouth twitched as he replied. With the current strength of the Great Shang dynasty, the position of the human king had become a death sentence. Apart from the person in front of him, no one else could escape the fate of being devoured by the dragon energy of the human Tao. Therefore, for the sake of the lives of the other members of the royal family, Di Jia could not wait to give up the throne. Although the throne was good, the Zi family no longer had the fortune to enjoy it. After the two of them reached an agreement, Feng Zichen began his journey of reincarnation. In the void, a seven-colored brilliance appeared and covered the entire Shang Palace. Then the void trembled inexplicably. Faint shadows of gods and demons crossed the river of time and space to appear in this world. Boom, boom, boom. All kinds of shocking, strange phenomena appeared one after another. However, right at that moment, the sound of a bell suddenly sounded from that unknown spacetime. Then, purple gas appeared in the sky and devoured all of the abnormal signs of heaven and earth. It was Hongmeng Daozhong. It was covering up the strange phenomena to prevent Feng Zichen's reincarnation from being discovered. Whoosh! In front of Feng Zichen, Dijia only saw a flash of purple light. Then, he could not see anything. When he came back to his senses, he realized that he had returned to the palace without him noticing. It was as if he had just been in a dream. What Xian Bird? What Xianhua? What Emperor Gaochen? None of them had appeared. However, right at this moment, the sound of a baby crying suddenly came from beside Dijia, causing him to suddenly realize that everything that had happened earlier was real. With a thought, Emperor Jia looked at the baby. What he saw caused his heart to tremble. That infant's appearance was no different from that of an ordinary infant. However, in that infant's hand was a small and exquisite imperial insignia. Dijia had never seen the imperial insignia before, but when he saw it, his human instincts told him that it was a treasure. This was the supreme treasure of the human race, the human Dao imperial insignia. Seeing this, Dijia was shocked. He no longer had any doubts about Feng Zichen's identity. In his heart, he did have doubts about Feng Zichen's identity. It was just that he was weak and did not dare to say anything. After all, he had time to verify it in the future. But now, after seeing the human Dao imperial insignia, he no longer had any doubts. The Emperor Gaochen could be impersonated, but the human Dao imperial insignia could not be. Even if this person was not the Emperor Gaochen, he was still one of the emperors of the human race. Thinking of this, Dijia no longer had any doubts about cooperating with Feng Zichen. A few days later, news came from the palace. The royal family had another prince. His name was Chun. Prince Shang's surname was Zichen, which was why the new child was named Zichen. Zichen. Perhaps Feng Zichen's reincarnation into the Shang dynasty was also fated. After the Emperor Gaochen's reincarnation was completed, Feng Zichen's original body in the boundless starry sky, the great Emperor of Ziwei, let out a long sigh of relief. The reincarnation of the Emperor Gaochen did not suffer much. Instead, he was exhausted. In order to hide the phenomenon of the reincarnation of the Emperor Gaochen, he had been operating the boundless starry sky with all his might. Now that the Emperor Gaochen had successfully reincarnated, he could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Time flew. In the blink of an eye, 20 years had passed. The reincarnation of the Emperor Gaochen, Prince Zichun, had finally grown up. At the same time, it was time for him to awaken his memories. It's already been 20 years? Time really flies. Feng Zichen sat up from the bed while holding his head. He sighed. He had not experienced the life of a mortal for a long time. Now that he had experienced it for 20 years, he could only say that it felt really good. Of course, this was also related to Feng Zichen's identity as Prince Zichun. Otherwise, his 20 years of life as an ordinary human might not have been so good. Since my memories have been awakened, it's time to start my plan. After combining the two lives, Feng Zichen quickly determined the path he would take in the future. That was to become the human emperor and force the saints to trigger the immortal god calamity. According to the results of the discussion of the three pure ones, the immortal god calamity should erupt at the end of the dynasty. At this time, the new and old dynasties were changing. There were disputes everywhere in the world, and the flames of war were endless. Everywhere was filled with murderous aura. Such an environment was just in line with the requirements of the immortal god calamity. The immortals would enter at this time and kill each other to escape the calamity. At the same time, they could also get some merit for assisting the human emperor. Wouldn't that be great? The three pure ones' plan was good. Unfortunately, their plan conflicted with Feng Zichen's plan. He was reincarnated to become the 9th human emperor to complete the magnificent feat that Yu the Great did not manage to accomplish in the past. However, if he became the human emperor, the so-called change of dynasties would not exist. In this way, the three pure ones' plan would naturally fail. If the human emperor was in power, he would have to rule the world for at least 1,000,000 years. This meant that if the three pure ones wanted to wait for the change of dynasties, they would have to wait at least 1,000,000 years. The three pure ones definitely could not wait for 1,000,000 years. Not to mention whether the immortal god Calamity could be suppressed for 1,000,000 years. Just the fact that the immortals could not break through during the calamity was enough for the three pure ones. If they could not break through for 1,000,000 years, the immortals would go crazy. Therefore, in the end, the three pure ones would definitely personally take action to promote the operation of the immortal god Calamity. There was no doubt that the way they chose to promote the immortal god Calamity would definitely be to destroy the Shang dynasty. Because the human race should not have the birth of the 9th human emperor. When Feng Zichen chose to become the 9th human emperor of the human race, he was already standing on the opposite side of the saints. Even if there was no immortal god Calamity, the saints would still attack him. And with the immortal god Calamity, wouldn't it be better? He could use this opportunity to suppress the human emperor to complete the immortal god Calamity in one fell swoop. It would save him a lot of trouble. It seems that this time, I have to have a good fight with the saints. Thinking of the scene when he became an emperor in the future, Feng Zichen could not help but look forward to it. This time, he became an emperor was different from that time when Yu the Great became an emperor. This time, he just happened to be in time for the immortal god Calamity. And this gave Feng Zichen room to operate. Because of the immortal god Calamity, there was a crack in the relationship between the three pure ones. The Grandmaster of Heaven and the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning were already showing signs of falling out for their respective disciples. This gave Feng Zichen a chance to rope in the Grandmaster of Heaven. If the Grandmaster of Heaven wanted to protect his disciples, he could only cooperate with him. If the two sides reached a consensus, then Feng Zichen's matter of becoming an emperor would be completely settled. Roping in the Grandmaster of Heaven was equivalent to blocking two saints at once. All of a sudden, two saints were gone. In addition to Goddess Nuwa, the number of saints that Feng Zichen had to deal with increased from 5 to 2. Two saints could not stop Feng Zichen. As for the Heavenly Tao, it was even simpler. The Heavenly Tao could kill Yu the Great, but it could not kill Feng Zichen. It was because Feng Zichen was the great Taoist priests and the orthodox Pangu. He was not going to destroy the world. He was just going to be the human emperor. Even if the Heavenly Tao was dissatisfied, it could only pinch its nose and accept it. Otherwise, what else could the Heavenly Tao do? Kill Feng Zichen ruthlessly? That was obviously impossible. The words Orthodox Pangu were the greatest life-saving talisman in the primordial world. The 12 ancestral shamans had done more than one or two heaven-defying things back then. They were much more excessive than Feng Zichen. They did not take the Heavenly Tao seriously at all. However, even so, the Heavenly Tao did not send down any heavenly punishment to kill them. Unless it was really the end of the world, the Heavenly Tao would not attack the Orthodox Pangu. The strongest second generation of the primordial world was not just a saying. It really had special privileges. After Feng Zichen awakened his memories, he no longer hid his sharpness. He began to come into contact with political affairs and entered the center of power of the Shang dynasty. He first observed the politics in the imperial court. Then, with his outstanding performance, he obtained the qualifications to be in power. After that, he relied on this place to start his path of hegemony. With knowledge that far exceeded this era, Feng Zichen quickly increased his reputation. In less than 100 years, his good name spread throughout the entire Shang dynasty. After another 300 years, Feng Zichen was about to become a saint in the Shang dynasty. The people of the world bathed in his kindness and worshipped him like a god. After another 50 years, Dijia finally could not bear the burden and decided to abdicate. Even with the protection of Feng Zichen's Ziwei Emperor Qi, he could not withstand the backlash of the dragon Qi of the human path. Dijia abdicated, and Feng Zichen ascended the throne under the unanimous recommendation of everyone, becoming the new human king. Amidst the solemn music, Dijia abdicated the position of the human king and went to the ancestral land of the human race to cultivate in seclusion. Feng Zichen was crowned king. The transfer of power between the new and old king was completed. The ascension of a new king was naturally a big deal for the Shang dynasty and the human race. However, to the immortals and gods, it was not something worth paying attention to. This was because such a scene had happened too many times. They were already used to it. Although the human king was strong, he could not live forever. He had to change every few hundred years. As long as one lived long enough, they would have experienced the change of the human king several times. After experiencing so much, they naturally did not care. Under the habitual thinking, these immortals thought that the human king of this generation would be the same as the previous human king. After a few hundred years, he would choose to abdicate because he could not withstand the backlash of the dragon chi of the human path. However, as time passed, they gradually realized that they were wrong. The human king of this generation seemed to be more outstanding than they had imagined. At first, when Feng Zichen reigned for 500 years, no one noticed anything unusual. However, when he reigned for 1,000 years, everyone gradually realized that something was wrong. This human king seemed to be quite outstanding. He actually persisted for 1,000 years under the backlash of the dragon chi of the human path and did not fall. For a time, many people began to pay attention to this human king, predicting how long he could last. Then, another 5,000 years passed. This human king was still alive. At this time, even those mighty figures began to pay attention to this human king. 6,000 years, this human king had the bearing of a Daluo. It seemed that it would not be long before another Daluo Taoist priest appeared in the human race. Chapter 7:27. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye another 5,000 years had passed. At this moment, Feng Zichen had already been in power for 11,000 years. This time had already exceeded the time that the founder of the Shang dynasty, Chengtang, had been in power. This undoubtedly meant that he was already stronger than Chengtang. That's right, more than 10,000 years was enough for Feng Zichen to recover his strength to the level of Daluo Jingxian. Rumble. As Feng Zichen's reincarnation stepped into the realm of Daluo Taoist priests, the long river of destiny trembled endlessly. The moment the fire leaped up, a large amount of destiny gushed out and flowed into the body of the mystic bird formed by the destiny of the Shang dynasty. In an instant, the destiny of the Shang dynasty skyrocketed. It was also because of this that the great divine arts practitioners of the primordial world were alarmed. They all looked in the direction of the imperial capital of the Shang dynasty in shock and bewilderment, wanting to see the origin of the human king. Unfortunately, in the sky above the imperial capital of the Shang dynasty, the mystic bird spread its wings like a cloud in the sky, blocking all the peeping gazes, making it impossible to see the true situation of the current human king. With such a commotion, the saints were naturally alarmed. They glanced at the imperial capital of the Shang dynasty from afar. No one knew what they saw, but they shook their heads and retracted their gazes. It was just another Xia Qi. This was the conclusion that the saints came to after seeing Feng Zichen. Xia Qi was the one who changed the world into his home. He was also the first human king to fall due to the backlash of the dragon chi of the human path. Before he fell, Xia Qi was already the Daluo Taoist priest. Originally, he would not die. Unfortunately, in order to prove his excellence, Xia Qi actually chose to withstand the backlash of the dragon chi of the human path. In the end, the human king of a generation fell on his throne. In the eyes of the saints, the current human king was completely another Xia Qi. In order to continue staying in the position of the human king, he did not hesitate to use his powerful strength to suppress the backlash of the dragon chi of the human path. Little did they know that the result of doing so was nothing more than ending up like Xia Qi. However, the human king's luck was clearly better than Xia Qi's. That was because he had an advantage over Xia Qi. That was, he had the protection of the Emperor Star, but Xia Qi did not. The protection of the purple star power appeared precisely after learning the lesson of Xia Qi's fall. He believed that with the protection of the purple star's power, this human king would be able to last longer than Xia Qi. However, this didn't change anything. Could it be that this generation's human king could take another step forward and become the human emperor? A person who was about to die was not worthy of the saint's attention. The fact that the saint could come to such a conclusion was naturally the result of Feng Zichen's deliberate disguise. In order to deal with the prying eyes of others, ever since he became the Daluo Taoist priests, Feng Zichen had always acted as if he was doing his best to suppress the backlash of the dragon chi of the people Dao. Therefore, when the saints saw him, they felt that he was the same as Xiachi. After all, he had two connate cardinal treasures with him. He still had the ability to deceive a saint. Quietly, another 10,000 years passed. At this moment, Feng Zichen was still the sovereign personage, showing no intention of abdicating. However, he was not in a good state right now. After enduring for 10,000 years, he was about to reach his limit. Everyone looked over and could see that the sovereign personage sitting on the throne still looked so valiant and mighty, and his body was emitting an unparalleled aura. However, the aura of decay and death that lingered around his body was all indicating his weakness. He was about to die. Under the backlash of the dragon Qi of the people Dao, the current sovereign personage was about to die. At this moment, he had already entered a state of being an arrow at the end of its flight. However, he was still holding on and had no intention of abdicating. It was really enough for him to be greedy to such an extent. The expert outside the human race silently thought when he saw the current state of the human king. At this moment, not to mention the great divines, even the human experts could not stand it anymore. Thousands of years ago, when the current sovereign personage was beginning to show signs of fatigue, many human ancestors walked out of the ancestral land of the human race and came to the capital of the great Shang dynasty to persuade the sovereign personage to abdicate. These human ancestors did not come here because they were dissatisfied with the current sovereign personage, nor did they think that he was greedy for power. On the contrary, these human ancestors admired the current sovereign personage very much. They thought that he was the greatest sovereign personage of the human race after you the Great. It was precisely because of this that they had to rush to the capital of the great Shang dynasty to persuade the current sovereign personage to abdicate. Such an outstanding person should not be like Xia Qi, who died under the backlash of the dragon Qi of the people Dao. He should have a brighter future, just like the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. He should advance to a higher realm and cultivate to the legendary realm of great divines. Afraid that the current sovereign personage would die under the backlash of the dragon Qi of the people Dao, the human ancestors in the ancestral land could not sit still anymore. They personally rushed to the capital of the great Shang dynasty to explain the pros and cons to him, persuading him to give up the position of the sovereign personage and rush to the ancestral land of the human race to cultivate. For a time, the human Khanate Taoist priests gathered in the capital of the great Shang dynasty. That's right, it was the Khanate Taoist priests which was also the Khanate Daluo Jingxian. Among the human ancestors who came to the capital of the great Shang dynasty, there were virtuous people from the era of the 5 emperors, old officials who had followed the 3 sovereigns, and even the founder of the Shang dynasty, Cheng Tang, came. These people might have different identities and backgrounds, but without exception, they had all cultivated to the realm of the immortal Daluo Taoist priests. If not, they would not have the qualifications to guard the ancestral land of the human race. These human ancestors could be said to be the upper echelons of the human race. Under the circumstances where the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors did not make a move, their will could represent the will of the human race and could control the general trend of the primordial world. They came to the capital of the great Shang dynasty together, and the shock they brought to the world could be imagined. Almost at the moment they arrived at the capital of the great Shang dynasty, the capital of the great Shang dynasty became the focus of the primordial world, the center of the storm, and the attention of various forces. These people were enough to destroy a large clan if they attacked together. After the human ancestors arrived at the capital of the great Shang dynasty, they did not have time to rest and went straight to the palace to persuade the current sovereign personage. But the result was not as they wished. The sovereign personage did not agree to abdicate. He wanted to go against the heavens and lead the human race to glory, recreating the scene of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors when the sovereign personage ruled the primordial world. Your Majesty, you should already know the purpose of our visit. So, I won't say much, but I hope you can consider it carefully. In the palace of the Shang dynasty, the human ancestor Feng Kangmang looked at the sovereign personage sitting on the throne and said slowly, Feng Kangmang, surnamed Feng, was the leader of the Feng clan, the royal family of the human race, and also one of the people in charge of the ancestral land of the human race. His high status in the human race was not much weaker than the sovereign personage. It could even be said that he was one of the noblest people below the sovereign personage. For him to come forward to persuade the sovereign personage, It was obvious that the ancestral land valued him. "Senior, I have given up. You should go back." On the throne, the current sovereign personage, Wang Zichen, who was also Feng Zichen, looked at Feng Kangmang and said firmly. Hearing this, Feng Kangmang knew that it was difficult to change the sovereign personage's decision. But he was not willing to let such a person die under the backlash of the dragon chi of the human race, so he was still trying his best. "Your Majesty, do you know that your body can't hold on for much longer? Perhaps you will die in less than 100 years. Feng Kangmang let out a long sigh and tried to persuade him one last time. "It's just death. Zichen has no regrets dying for the human race. Moreover, is it certain that I will fail? What king you can't do, it doesn't mean that I can't do." Feng Zichen looked down and said firmly. "You?" Hearing this, Feng Kangmang stood up in anger and pointed at Feng Zichen, speechless. "What do you mean by what king you can't do? It doesn't mean that you can't do. Let's not talk about whether you can compare to King Yu. Just your current state, coupled with what you said just now, is not convincing at all. Surpassing King Yu? You are already an arrow at the end of its flight and will die soon. Do you know that?" Looking at the current human king, Feng Kangmang really wanted to shout out. But he could not. The human king had such ambition, and he had no reason to discourage him. Sigh! After pointing at the current human king for a long time, Feng Kangmang did not say a word. In the end, he sighed helplessly and sat down again. "Senior, you don't have to worry. Since I have the determination to become an emperor, I naturally have complete confidence. Although I am not in a good state now, it is not a problem for me to hold on for tens of thousands of years. If I still have no hope of becoming an emperor after tens of thousands of years, then I will go to the ancestral land without any advice from you elders." Seeing the other party like this, Feng Zichen had no choice but to reveal some information to prevent instability. "Is this true?" Hearing Feng Zichen's words, Feng Kangmang stood up and asked in disbelief. At this moment, his mind was filled with the words, "I can hold on for tens of thousands of years. I can hold on for tens of thousands of years. Tens of thousands of years." They seemed to have underestimated this human king. He was far more powerful than they had imagined. However, after the shock, Feng Kangmang's first reaction was disbelief. The current human king had been on the throne for more than 20,000 years. It could be said that he was the human king who had been on the throne for the longest time. If he could hold on for another tens of thousands of years, then his achievements would probably catch up to King Yu. However, being on the throne for more than 50,000 years, even with the protection of the Emperor Star's power, was not something that the Daluo Taoist priests could do. One had to know that although the human king had the protection of the Emperor Star's power, the human king was not the master of the Emperor Star. He could receive its protection, but he could not receive its full protection. This meant that there was a limit to the protection of the Emperor Star for the human king. However, there was no limit to the backlash of the dragon energy of the people Dao on the human king. Under this situation, the Emperor Star's power would gradually lose its effect. Someone had calculated that the Emperor Star's protection for the human king had an upper limit of 50,000 years. After 50,000 years, the Emperor Star's power in the human king's body would reach its limit and would not continue to increase. At this time, if the human king wanted to resist the backlash of the dragon energy of the people Dao, he would need to use his own strength to resist it, or use the wishes of the people, merits, and other special powers to weaken the power of the backlash. Apart from this, if he could condense an imperial purple chi, he could also resist the backlash of the dragon energy of the people Dao. The imperial purple chi was born from the origin of the way of the emperor. Its might was endless, and its power was immeasurable. With an imperial purple chi, he would not need to worry about the backlash of the dragon energy of the people Dao for at least 1,000,000 years. This item was the treasure to resist the backlash of the dragon energy of the people Dao. However, the imperial purple chi was extremely difficult to nurture. Apart from the Emperor Star, it could only be nurtured with the help of the imperial purple chi. However, after the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, only King Yu managed to nurture an imperial purple chi, and it was destroyed by Xia Qi. As for the other human kings, None of them had been on the throne for 50,000 years, let alone nurturing an imperial purple chi. This human king before him, Feng Kangmang glanced at him and felt that he was indeed extraordinary. However, he did not believe that he had reached the level of being able to condense an imperial purple chi. Then why was he so confident? Was it because of his strength? Feng Kangmang vaguely had a guess. Then, he looked expectantly at the current human king, hoping to get a definite answer from him. That's right. I've broken through and surpassed the Daluo Jinxian. I'm standing in the Sage-to-Be realm. Facing Feng Kangmang's expectant gaze, Feng Zichen said slowly. At the same time, a vast and boundless aura rose from his body, shaking the void and sweeping through thousands of daos. Sage-to-Be. Without a doubt, he was in the Sage-to-Be realm. Feeling this power that far surpassed his own, Feng Kangmang confirmed that Feng Zichen's realm was above the Daluo Taoist priests. Sage-to-Be. He could already be called a mighty figure. I've already broken through to the Sage-to-Be realm. The backlash of the People Dao Dragon energy will not affect me in the short term. Moreover, it won't be long before my plan in the human race is completed. At that time, I'll obtain a large amount of People Dao merit and the power of will of the people. In this way, I'll be able to hold on for hundreds of thousands of years, let alone tens of thousands of years. The throne of the human emperor will belong to me. The great cause that King Yu has yet to complete will be completed by me. I'll eventually become the 9th great emperor of the human race. In the Human King Palace, the current human king shouted his great wish to the sages of the human race. Good. Since the human king has the determination to become the human emperor, then we'll go all out and do our best to help the human king attain the Dao. After confirming that the human king's realm was Sage-to-Be and not the Daluo Taoist priests, Feng Kangmang changed his previous attitude of persuading the human king to fully support him. Of course, the sages of the human race treated the Sage-to-Be differently from how they treated the Daluo Taoist priests. If the human king was only the Daluo Taoist priests, then his chances of becoming the human emperor would naturally be very slim. They wouldn't put the human king in danger just to gamble on this slim hope. Therefore, the sages of the human race would definitely persuade the human king to abdicate. However, if the human king was a Sage-to-Be, then the outcome would be completely different. The human king in the Sage-to-Be realm could be said to have touched the threshold of the human emperor and had a great chance of becoming the human emperor. It should be known that throughout the history of the human race, there were only 9 people who could cultivate to the Sage-to-Be realm during the human race's rule. The 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors and Yu the Great. There was no need to elaborate on the merits of these 9 people. As for the current sovereign personage, he was the 10th. With these 9 examples, the sages of the human race had reason to believe that the current human king was also qualified to aspire to the human emperor realm. They couldn't be happier that such a person wanted to attain the human emperor realm. Why would they refuse? Of course, they would fully support him. Chapter 728. No one knew what Feng Kangmang and the current human king discussed in the palace. In short, the final result was that Feng Kangmang, a sage of the human race, walked out of the palace with a helpless expression. Obviously, he had failed to persuade the human king. Although Feng Kangmang had decided to support Feng Zichen in order to cooperate with his plan, he still pretended that his persuasion had failed. It had to be said that those who could cultivate to the level of Daluo Taoist priests were all good actors. Feng Kangmang's expression and actions were so real that no one could see any flaws. After Feng Kangmang returned, a few more sages of the human race went to the palace to persuade the human king to abdicate. However, without exception, they all failed. At this moment, everyone understood that the current human king was determined to prove his Dao and become the human emperor. Even if he died for it, he would not hesitate. When the other experts of the human race saw this, they naturally admired the human king's ambition. However, in the eyes of those powerful people, the human king's actions were a little foolish, just like Xia Qi back then. How naive was it to bet with one's life on that unrealistic possibility? Ridiculous! This was the evaluation of the human king after the saint heard of his determination. The word ridiculous showed that the human king's actions were all useless. Even if he endured until the end, what could he do? The heavenly Tao did not allow him to become the human emperor, and the saint would not allow him to become the human emperor. If he went against the heavens, he would definitely die. The terror of the Tao-blocking calamity had been proven by Yu the Great. Even Yu the Great, whose strength was not inferior to the 5 emperors, could not survive the calamity. How could the current human king survive it? With a cold smile, the saint no longer paid attention to the current human king. After this person died, the Shang dynasty would definitely collapse, and the immortal god calamity would begin. With a thought, the saint decided on the following procedures. He wanted to destroy the Shang dynasty after the current human king died, and use this to open the curtain of the immortal god calamity. The current human king had been in power for too long. The immortal god calamity had been delayed for too long, and it could not be delayed any longer. Otherwise, the scale of the immortal god calamity's counterattack would definitely be greater than expected. Moreover, the great Shang dynasty seemed to have flourished a little too much in the hands of this human king. The strength of the great Shang dynasty's fate was enough to move the saints. In the saint's vision, he could see threads extending from the mystic bird formed by the destiny of the great Shang to the unknown void. The mysterious and unknown long river of destiny was tightly connected to the destiny of the human race. Undetectable fortune flowed out from Xianhua's body through these lines and surged into the Xian bird's body, causing the fortune of Great Shang to grow stronger and stronger. Slowly, the fortune of Great Shang seemed to be fusing with Xianhua. This was a sign that the Great Shang was about to take another step forward. Once Xianhua and the Xian bird were fully integrated, the human race would be able to relive the prosperity of the ancient era of the 3 sovereigns and 5 monarchs. However, this was something that the saints did not wish to see. The stronger the human race was, the harder it was for the saints to control them. Therefore, they did not want to see the human race become too powerful. After Yu the Great, in order to weaken the strength of the human race, Xia Qi established the Great Xia under the scheme of the heavenly Tao. For this reason, the human race's providence was split into 2. One was in the dynasty, and the other was in the ancestral land. The ancestral land respected the human emperor and not the human king. Naturally, it would not submit to the dynasty. With the strength of the dynasty, it was impossible to suppress the ancestral land. In fact, it was not even a match for the ancestral land. In this way, both sides would do their own things. Wouldn't the destiny be split in half? The heavenly Tao's move weakened the strength of the human race without damaging the destiny of the human race. Could be said to be brilliant. Why couldn't the human race produce a supreme emperor after Yu the Great? The backlash of the human Tao Dragon Qi was one reason, but more importantly, it was because the destiny was not enough. With only half of the previous destiny, how could an existence comparable to Yu the Great be born? Whether it was to trigger the immortal god-killing tribulation or to prevent the great Shang from taking another step forward, after the human king died, there was no need for the great Shang to exist. Sometimes, being strong was also a sin. The saints could ignore the human king, but the sages of the human race could not. After persuading the human king to abdicate, the sages of the human race discussed and decided to help the human king. After all, he was the king of the human race. Could the sages of the human race watch him die? Therefore, no matter what, the sages of the human race had to help the human king. After thinking about it, the sages of the human race took the treasures consecrated by the imperial ancestral temple from the ancestral land and handed them to the human king. They tried to use this method to help resist the backlash of the human Tao Dragon Qi. The treasures consecrated by the imperial ancestral temple were the ancient zither used by the heavenly emperor Fuxi to play music, the divine cauldron used by the earthly emperor Shenong to refine medicine, and the 3 cauldrons refined by the human emperor Shenyuan. These 3 treasures followed the 3 emperors all year round and were each tainted with a trace of the emperor's aura. In addition, they were consecrated by the human race all year round. They could more or less resist the backlash of the human Tao Dragon Qi for a period of time so that he could live a little longer. Perhaps, during this period of time, the human king would think it through and change his mind and decide to abdicate. No matter what, using these treasures was already the limit of the ancestral land. If the human king still did not change his mind, then the ancestral land could not do anything. They had already done their best. Next, they could only leave it to the heavens. With the support of the three treasures, the human king swept away his previous decline and regained his vitality. Once again, he ruled the world with an absolutely powerful posture. The human king maintained such a posture for a full 10,000 years. Only then did the three treasures reach their limit and could no longer continue to resist the backlash of the human Tao Dragon Chi for him. They slowly faded and he returned to the state of an arrow at the end of its flight. In other words, the human king was going to die of old age again. However, he still had no intention of changing his mind. But at this time, there were no more treasures to extend the human king's life. For a time, the human king's safety became the focus of everyone's attention once again. It was under such circumstances that someone proposed a bold idea. Since the treasures left behind by the three emperors could help the human king resist the backlash of the human Tao Dragon Chi, then, could the treasures that the three emperors used to attain the Tao also work? As soon as this idea came out, it immediately received the unanimous approval of everyone. After having a solution, the sages of the human race directly took action. After they spoke to the human king, they hurriedly ran to the fire cloud cave to borrow the treasures of the three emperors and 5 emperors. If the treasures of the 3 emperors could do it, then the treasures of the 5 emperors could naturally do it as well. Perhaps, with the support of the 8 human emperors' treasures, the human king could really become the 9th human emperor of the human race. The weakest of the human race's sages were the Daluo Taoist priests. Under their full speed, their speed was naturally extremely fast. Therefore, they quickly arrived at the fire cloud cave. "Your Majesty, please save the human king." In the cave, when everyone saw the 3 empresses, they hurriedly reported the human king's current situation to them in order to obtain the help of the 3 emperors. However, the result was completely different from what everyone had expected. They had thought that after they reported the situation, the 3 emperors would immediately help. But in the end, what awaited them was the silence of the 3 emperors. Silence, endless silence. In the fire cloud cave, after listening to everyone's report, the 3 emperors fell into a strange silence and did not say a word. Did they not intend to help the human king? No, that was not the case. It was not that they were unwilling, but that they could not. With the strength of the 3 emperors, how could everything that happened in the human race's territory be hidden from them? They naturally knew about the human king's situation. Long before everyone arrived, the 3 emperors had wanted to help the human king. But in the end, sigh. Take a look outside. The Earth Emperor Shenong sighed and said helplessly. When everyone heard this, their minds were filled with question marks. Why did he want them to look outside for no reason? However, although they were puzzled, they still looked outside the cave as they were told. However, this glance caused them to be greatly shocked. They saw that in the sky above the fire cloud cave, the shadows of 5 supreme treasures were hanging. The Tai Chi diagram, the Pangu banner, the 4 immortal swords, the Eastern Cyan treasure lotus flag, and the 12th grade golden lotus of virtue. 5 saints' treasures. Other than Goddess Nuwa and Goddess Hutu, the other 5 saints had all taken action. When everyone arrived, they did not notice it. Now that they saw the 5 saints' treasures, they were shocked to realize why the 3 emperors had fallen silent. They wanted to help the human king, but under the watchful eyes of the 5 saints, how could they have the chance to do so? If 1 or 2 saints appeared, the 3 emperors might be able to deal with them. However, if 5 saints appeared at the same time, even the 3 emperors and 5 emperors combined would not be a match for them. With the saints blocking outside the fire cloud cave, the 3 emperors and 5 emperors could not make a move. When everyone saw this, they could not help but be speechless. This was too exaggerated. Was there a need for 5 saints to attack together to deal with a human king? However, they did not know that at this moment the saints were also a little anxious. After waiting for 10,000 years, the human king was still not dead. Seeing that the human king was about to die, everyone thought of a way to extend the human king's life. If they really succeeded, the human king would live for hundreds of thousands of years, and the immortal god Calamity would not come. Feeling anxious, the saints were no longer cold. They directly blocked outside the fire cloud cave, preventing the 3 emperors and 5 emperors from saving the human king. And this was the origin of the scene in front of everyone. As for the saints attacking the fire cloud cave, why didn't Feng Zichen help? Because there was no need. The human king had accumulated enough. Although he had not reached the level of becoming the human emperor, he had the ability to contend against the saints. In other words, the human king no longer had to hide his strength. It was time for him to show his strength in front of everyone. He could not become the human emperor if he kept hiding. Looking at the past human emperors, which one of them did not personally experience the great calamity of heaven and earth to become an emperor? The heavenly emperor Fuxi quelled the chaos of the ferocious beasts. The earthly emperor Shenong reorganized the earth veins of the primitive world. The human emperor Shenyuan unified the primitive world. The Shaohao emperor suppressed all races, and the Zhuanshu emperor isolated heaven and earth. All of these were the achievements of the human emperor. It was precisely because they completed these magnificent deeds that they became the masters of all races and the emperors of the primitive world. If the human king wanted to become the human emperor, he had to complete the corresponding magnificent deeds. Otherwise, he would not be able to become the human emperor even if he became the primordial chaos Dalio Jingxian. If he wanted to become the human emperor, it was not enough to have powerful strength. He also had to have the corresponding achievements. The immortal god Calamity was the achievement of the human king becoming the human emperor. The saints wanted to use the immortal god Calamity to destroy the Shang dynasty. The human king also wanted to use the immortal god Calamity to complete his achievement of becoming the human emperor. The immortal god Calamity was a chessboard. Feng Zichen and the saints each held one side and fought each other. The strength of the 2 sides depended on their methods. Just as the 5 saints were putting all their energy in the direction of the fire cloud cave, there was another change in the capital of the Shang dynasty. Rumble. In the palace, the current human king did not hide his strength anymore. The pressure that belonged to the late stage of the sage-to-be rippled from his body. In an instant, it swept across the whole primitive world. For a time, all the Daos of heaven and earth shook together. All the Daos of heaven and earth showed signs of submission. They trembled and wailed in front of this power. After all, the Daos of heaven and earth were not as numerous as the Daos of heaven and earth. Crack, as the current human king displayed his strength without any scruples, a huge hole suddenly appeared in the sky above the capital of the Shang dynasty. One could vaguely see the vast and unfathomable spacetime inside. Whoosh! A river flowed out from the crack, carrying a 5-colored fire and descending into the sky above the capital of the Shang dynasty. That was the fire, the fate of the human race. And that river was naturally the long river of destiny. The arrival of the fate of the human race in the capital of the Shang dynasty meant that the current human king had the qualifications to become the human emperor. He could be like you the Great, dominating the fate of the human race and opening his own path to becoming the emperor. Screech. Seeing the fate of the human race descending, the fate mystic bird screeched and turned into a ray of black light, fusing into the fire. Boom! In an instant, the fire's aura skyrocketed, and his figure completely stabilized, standing in the sky above the capital of the Shang dynasty. At this moment, the fire replaced the mystic bird, and the fate of the human race reappeared. The fate of the human race that had wavered for countless years after the fall of you, the Great, finally welcomed its master today and stabilized again. At the same time, this also meant that a new emperor of the human race had risen. With the help of the fire, Feng Zichen's strength immediately began to skyrocket. In the blink of an eye, he crossed the quasi-saint level and reached the realm of primordial chaos. That's right, it was primordial chaos Dalio Jingxian. The fate of the human race today was much stronger than back then. Back then, the fate of the human race could raise the strength of the human emperor to the level of half-step primordial chaos. Now, the fate of the human race was even stronger, so it could naturally raise the strength of the human emperor to the level of primordial chaos. This was also because Feng Zichen's current position of human emperor was not perfect. Otherwise, with the support of the fate of the human race, his strength would not stop there. he would at least reach the mid-stage of primordial chaos. Human Emperor. Feng Zichen, with the help of the fire, could already be said to be the human emperor. However, he was not perfect as the human emperor and could not enjoy the same treatment as the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. When he was in power, he was the human emperor. But after abdicating, he could only be the human king. If he wanted to become the true human emperor, Feng Zichen still lacked a great enough contribution. The immortal god massacre tribulation was his opportunity, conferring the title of human emperor to 10,000 gods. Chapter 729. How could this be? Outside the fire cloud cave, sensing the change in the destiny of the human race, the 5 saints found it difficult to maintain their calm. Things seemed to have gone out of their control. Not only did the human king, who they thought was about to die, not only did he not die, he even went one step further and cultivated to the quasi-saint realm and sought the position of the human emperor. It was a mess. It was all a mess. All the plans of the 5 saints were in a mess the moment the human king became the human emperor. With the birth of the human emperor, how could the immortal god-killing tribulation proceed? The feeling of things being out of control made the 5 saints extremely uncomfortable. Saints should be strategizing and controlling the overall situation. They should not be so passive. With this thought in mind, the 5 saints wanted to take action. They wanted to take advantage of the fact that the human king had just been promoted and his destiny had not stabilized to seriously injure him and drive him off the throne. They wanted to set things right and lead everything back on the right track, so that the development of things would return to the trajectory that they had arranged beforehand. Boom! 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 In the void, the 5 saint treasures trembled together. A supreme power burst out from their bodies, shattering endless space and billions of laws. They turned into a vast torrent that swept towards the human world. But at this moment, a burst of carefree laughter came from the fire cloud cave. Ha ha! I can't let you hurt the emperor of my race. At the same time, the 3 supreme treasures of the human race, the Khanate 8 trigrams diagram, the Shenong ruler, and the Shenyuan sword, flew out from the fire cloud cave and attacked the saint treasures in the void. At the same time, the fire cloud cave started to tremble violently. Then, 8 indomitable figures stood up from the cave and appeared in the myriad worlds. Rumble! In an instant, an invincible aura burst out. It was vast and ancient, containing unparalleled power. It swept across the universe and suppressed the past, present, and future. It was the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. They had made their move. The 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors had not expected the change in the Shang dynasty. They were thinking of a way to help the human king, but before they could think of a way, the human king had already solved the problem himself. This was really beyond their expectations. The current human king had really brought them too many surprises. This was exactly what the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors wanted to see. The stronger the current human king was, the greater the chances of him becoming human emperor. As a human, he naturally felt happy about this. How could the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors tolerate the fact that the saint wanted to kill the future emperor of the human race in front of them? It was inevitable that they would make a move. Previously, it was the saint who had stopped them from helping the human king. Now that the tables had turned, it was their turn to stop the saint and prevent him from attacking the human king. Whoosh! The moment the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors appeared, the laws of heaven and earth stopped moving. Even time and space froze. In the face of this power, the 5 sages' magic treasures first trembled for a moment before slowly calming down. Then, the 5 sages quietly appeared before the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. A tremendous pressure descended upon the 5 martial saints, trying to devour the 3 sovereigns and 5 monarchs. Fellow Taoists, since you're here, why don't you come in for a chat? If news of you leaving like this were to spread, wouldn't it be said that my fire cloud cave doesn't treat guests well? At this moment, Fushi smiled and stepped forward. His tone was neither servile nor overbearing. Clearly, he placed himself in the same position as the saint. That was right. The 3 sovereigns were absolute saints, the top karmic position in the world. In terms of strength, they might not be as strong as the saint, but in terms of status, they were equal to the saint. In other words, apart from strength, the three sovereigns enjoyed the same treatment as the saint. This was what the heavenly axiom said, and it could not be false. In this way, the three sovereigns were naturally not afraid of the saint. So what if they offended the saint? Could the saint kill them? At most, they would be beaten up and lose some face. Greetings, fellow Taoists. 5 after the 5 sages put away their magic treasures. They bowed to the three sovereigns one after another. In their eyes, there were only the three sovereigns. As for the 5 emperors, because they were only half-step absolute saints, they did not take them seriously. Although the 5 emperors were angry, they felt more powerless. This was because they were far from being a match for the saint. Even if the 5 of them joined forces, it was the same. Therefore, the saint dared to look down on them. No, perhaps the saint did not look down on them. It was just that he did not notice them and ignored them. This was the arrogance that only the saint was qualified to have. Apart from existences of the same generation, they could ignore all living beings below primordial chaos. Since fellow Taoist has invited us, Poor Wei and the others will come in for a chat. The imagined battle did not erupt. In the face of Fuxi's invitation, the Grand Pure One unexpectedly agreed. Actually, this was the right choice. If the 5 saints joined forces, even the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors would not be able to escape the fate of being suppressed. However, this would undoubtedly delay a lot of time. During this period of time, it would be enough for the human king in the lower realm to stabilize his position as the human emperor. The saint would also lose the opportunity to attack him. When the human king was promoted, there would definitely be a tribulation. If the saint attacked at this moment, he could completely transform into the human tribulation. Even if he killed the human king, he would not pay too much of a price. Under the tribulation, everything would return to nothing. Where would the karma come from? Therefore, at the juncture of the human king's promotion, the saint could use some methods to attack him without worrying about paying too much of a price. However, after the human king's promotion was completed, the tribulation would be eliminated. If the saint wanted to attack him again, the price would be too great for them to bear. Therefore, even if they defeated the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, the 5 saints would not have the chance to attack the current human king. Since that was the case, why would the 5 saints fall out with the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors and fight with them? They might as well go in and have a cup of tea before returning home to discuss the next step of the plan. In the 330,000th year of the Shang dynasty, the human king Zichan was blessed by the destiny of the human race and officially ascended to the throne. He became the new human emperor of the human race. At this point, the position of the human emperor of the human race, which had been empty for nearly 1,000,000 years after Yu the Great abdicated, finally welcomed its new owner. Emperor, Emperor, Emperor. When the human emperor appeared, the humans all over the primordial world immediately sensed it and shouted the name of the human emperor, praising his virtue. In an instant, the name of the human emperor resounded throughout the primordial world. When Feng Zichan returned to the Shang dynasty's capital, the living beings here, whether it was the former officials of the Shang dynasty or the experts from the ancestral land of the human race, all bowed to him and said, "Greetings, Your Majesty." The human emperor was different from the human king. The human king was the king of a dynasty, but the human emperor was the emperor of a race. All humans had to respect the human emperor. This was the basic etiquette. Everyone, please rise. With a wave of his hand, a gust of wind helped everyone up. Feng Zichan said, "Do you have anything to report? If there's nothing else, I need to make a trip to the Fire Cloud Cave." Looking at everyone, Feng Zichan asked. Since he had become the human emperor, he naturally had to make a trip to the Fire Cloud Cave. It was also a kind of inheritance for the new emperor to meet the old emperor. "We're fine." Everyone shook their heads when they heard that, indicating that they had nothing to report. Seeing this, Feng Zichan's figure flashed and disappeared in front of everyone. He arrived outside the Fire Cloud Cave. "Yo! The human emperor is here." At this moment, in the Fire Cloud Cave, Fuxi, who was pouring tea for everyone, felt something. He turned his head to look outside the cave and said to everyone. As soon as he finished speaking, a familiar yet unfamiliar voice echoed in everyone's ears. Human Emperor Zichen has come to visit the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. It was Feng Zichen who spoke. This voice. When they heard this voice, all the saints stopped what they were doing. Then, they stood up in unison and looked out of the cave in disbelief. This voice reminded them of a person who had long fallen. It was because of this that the 5 saints were surprised, shocked, and in disbelief. If it was really that person, then they would be in big trouble. However, there was one thing that the 5 saints could not understand. If it was really that person, how did he revive quietly and reincarnate into the human race? Puzzled, the 5 saints could not help but have doubts in their eyes. Unlike the saints' doubts, the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors became excited at the same time after hearing this familiar voice. Was that person really back? In a trance, everyone remembered the name of the human emperor of this generation. Zichen, Zichen, Zichen. They should have thought of it long ago. Without a doubt, this must be that person. Because only he could complete such shocking achievements in such a short period of time and become the human emperor who shocked the primordial world. Just like in the ancient times, he led the human race to rise in ignorance. He walked out of the ancestral land, cut through thorns, and built a huge world in the primordial world, causing the human race to become one of the strongest races in the primordial world. Let's go! Everyone, follow me to welcome His Majesty. With an answer in his heart, Fuxi said to the people around him excitedly. Of course, the other human emperors agreed when they heard that. Fellow Taoists, do you want to go together? Although he was excited, Fuxi did not forget that there were still guests. Therefore, he turned his head and asked the Grand Pure One and the others. Of course, we'll go together. Poor Wei and the others haven't seen that fellow Taoist for a long time. The Grand Pure One nodded and said meaningfully, "All right, let's go together." Just like that, the group of 13 people walked out of the fire cloud cave in a grandiose manner to welcome the legendary human emperor. It's really you, Gao Chen. Outside the fire cloud cave, the heavenly lord of primordial beginning, Zhuan Ti, and the other 2 were shocked when they saw the familiar face. Their expressions suddenly turned ugly. They could not forget how the primordial god had fallen in their hands that day. For that, the 3 of them had paid an unimaginable price. The influence brought about by the murder of the celestial emperor had not been completely dispelled until today, and it had been affecting them all this time. Why did the heavenly lord of primordial beginning, Zhuan Ti, and the other 2 lose their intelligence and do all kinds of unwise things? It was because of that. Even if a saint killed the heavenly emperor, it was impossible for him to escape unscathed without paying a price. The consequences of killing the heavenly emperor had always affected them. First, it caused their luck to be low. Then, it would affect their judgment at the critical moment. Why do you think Taoist Zhuan Ti foolishly ran to Haoyin? Why did the heavenly lord of primordial beginning say such unwise words in the purple cloud palace and mercilessly embarrass the sect master of heaven? That was the reason. The heavenly lord of primordial beginning had the intention to kill Haoyin in the purple cloud palace, but Tao ancestor Hongjun did not do anything to him. It was because he saw that his condition was not right that he did not argue with him. Otherwise, did he really think that Tao ancestor Hongjun was a good person? If the 5-element sacred beasts heard that, they would definitely spit on his face. Damn it, if Tao ancestor Hongjun was a good person, would they end up like this? The heavenly lord of primordial beginning, Zhuan Ti, and the other 2 had clearly noticed that, but they could not deal with it. If the effects of killing the heavenly emperor could be dispelled so easily, wouldn't the heavenly emperor be killed every day if he still had the dignity of a hammer? Zhuan Ti was still fine. He was an old homebody and would not step out of Mount Meru for no reason. Therefore, this matter had the least impact on him. However, the heavenly lord of primordial beginning and Taoist Zhuan Ti were different. They often had to go out, which caused this matter to have a great impact on them, causing them to be miserable. For this reason, the 2 of them hated the North Star Emperor the most. The North Star Emperor's death did not have much to do with them. Did they kill the North Star Emperor? No, they did not. The North Star Emperor committed suicide. It was just that before he died, he schemed against the three of them and put the blame of killing the Heavenly Emperor on them. They took the blame for nothing and paid a huge price for it. One could imagine the anger in the hearts of the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning and Taoist Zhuan-Ti. At this moment, in front of their enemies, the anger in their hearts was ignited, and a terrifying murderous intent was born. However, before the two of them could make a move, Fushi Shinong and the others stepped forward and bowed to Feng Zichen. "Congratulations on your return, Your Majesty. Congratulations." The voices of the 8 people resounded in the ears of the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning and Taoist Zhuan-Ti. It was like a basin of cold water that extinguished the anger in their hearts. This was not the time to make a move. "Fellow Taoists, it's been a long time." After the 8 people bowed, Feng Zichen returned the greeting. At this moment, there was no need for him to hide his identity. Previously, he hid his identity because he was not strong enough. He was worried that others would find out about his identity and destroy his plan. But now he was strong enough. Although his strength had not recovered to its peak state, it was enough to be comparable to primordial chaos Daluo Jingxian. With such strength, he could naturally solve all difficulties. Then, there was no need for him to continue hiding his identity. He could appear in front of everyone openly. Moreover, even if he did not take the initiative to expose his identity would not be hidden for long. The saints were not fools. A fierce person suddenly appeared under their noses. How could they not investigate his origin? After this investigation, Feng Zichen's identity could not be hidden. After all, there were too many loopholes. In the past, the saints did not notice, so Feng Zichen could still fool them. But once the saints were serious, his disguise lost its meaning. P.S. I made a mistake. The name of the protagonist's reincarnation is Zichen, not Zichen. Sigh. After all, Zichen is in line with the naming style of the Shang dynasty's royal family. In addition, I want to take a day off tomorrow. As a man, there would always be a few days every month when he understood everything. Chapter 730. Since that was the case, there was no need for Feng Zichen to hide his identity. Rather than being discovered by others, he might as well take the initiative to reveal himself. Actually, it hasn't been that long. However, Taoist Gaochen's methods are indeed brilliant. Not only did he use Poor Wei and the other 2 to fake his death to escape, but before he disappeared, he even put the blame on Poor Wei and the other 2. At this moment, the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning walked in front of Feng Zichen with a gloomy face and said, "It's Taoist Yuanshi. Looking at your expression, it seems that the gift I gave you before I left is very popular with you." Seeing the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning, Feng Zichen greeted him with a smile. In his words, there was no hint of guilt for deceiving the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning. Hearing that, not to mention the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning, even the Taoist priest Jiayin and Taoist Zhuan-Ti's expressions changed. They pointed at Feng Zichen and were so angry that they could not speak. Could be said that they liked the gift Feng Zichen gave them before he died. They liked it so much that, in order to repay Feng Zichen's gift, the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning and the other 2 could not wait to skin him alive. Taoist Gaochen, the Heavenly Tao Reincarnation, retribution is not good. What you did to Poor Wei and the other 2 in the past, in the future you will definitely pay back double. Knowing that now was not the time to attack Feng Zichen, the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning suppressed his anger and threatened him coldly. Then, he walked to the side with his hands behind his back and did not speak. Behind him, the Taoist priest Zhuan-Ti and the Taoist priest Jiayin did not speak, but the way they looked at Feng Zichen was also cold. Obviously, their plan was the same as the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning. They wanted to give Feng Zichen retribution in the future. Ha! Feng Zichen was very disdainful towards the threat of the 3. If the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning and the other 2 had the ability to deal with him, they would not have waited until today. How dare you! The primeval Lord of Heaven and the other 2 were enraged when they saw Feng Zichen behaving in such a manner. But at this moment, a cool feeling suddenly rose from the depths of their hearts. In the blink of an eye, it flowed through their bodies, calming the anger in their hearts and calming the three of them down. At the same time, the shadow that had shrouded their hearts all year round also completely disappeared in an instant. Easy. Incomparably easy. At this moment, the long-awaited feeling of relaxation appeared on the three of them once again. This is, while in a trance, the three of them came to a realization and learned the origin of their changes this time. That was the effect of killing the Celestial Emperor. It had disappeared. Since the North Star Emperor had returned, it meant that he was still alive. If the North Star Emperor didn't die, the Heavenly Lord of the Origin and Juanti wouldn't have killed the Heavenly Emperor. In this way, the many curses that the Heavenly Tao had attached to the three of them would naturally disappear. Once the curse was gone, the three of them felt their spirits clear up. The saint's calm state of mind once again appeared on them, allowing them to look at everything calmly. If one looked into the eyes of the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning and the other two, they would realize that there was no longer any anger in their eyes. There was only endless calmness. After the saint's state of mind recovered, Feng Zichen's words could no longer shake the Tao hearts of the three of them. No matter what he said, the three of them could deal with it calmly. It wasn't that they didn't care, but they remembered it in their hearts. They would wait for the right time to settle the score with Feng Zichen. Fellow Taoist North Star is already the primordial emperor and the supreme of heaven and earth. Why didn't you return to the heavenly court to take charge of the North Star Palace this time? Instead, you lowered your status and went to the Shang dynasty to become the human emperor? After the few of them caused a ruckus, the Grand Pure One stepped forward and asked Feng Zichen. As soon as the Grand Pure One said that, be it Feng Zichen or the three sovereigns and five emperors, they all looked displeased and looked at him with unfriendly gazes. Lowered my status? Why can't the emperor of the human race compare to the emperor of the heavenly court and the primordial emperor? Did the heavenly Tao say that? Why don't I know? Without answering the Grand Pure One's question, Feng Zichen caught the loophole in his words and questioned him unhappily. Saint, please tell me, how are we inferior to the emperor of the heavenly court? Could it be that the four heavenly gods are the supreme beings of heaven and earth? Then, the three sovereigns of the human race are grass by the roadside and not worth mentioning? After Feng Zichen, the three sovereigns and five emperors asked the Grand Pure One with ugly expressions. The poor Wei has misspoken. Fellow Taoists, please calm down. Knowing that he had misspoken and been caught by the other party, the Grand Pure One did not quibble and admitted his mistake. The Grand Pure One admitted his mistake so straightforwardly that Feng Zichen, the three sovereigns, and five emperors had prepared a lot of words, but they did not know how to say them. Fellow Taoist, you're being too serious. Just be careful in the future. Also, although the human race is not strong, the three sovereigns are second saints personally conferred by the heavenly Tao. Their status is the same as yours. The human emperor of our race is also publicly acknowledged as the emperor of Earth. He is the master of all races and is protected by the human Tao. Fellow Taoist, you have underestimated the emperor of our race today. In the future, you will have to fight to settle this karma. Please understand, fellow Taoist. After thinking for a long time, Feng Zichen said that, as the saying goes, trouble comes from the mouth. The Grand Pure One's words just now had already formed karma with the human race. If he did not get back at them, in the future, if this matter were to spread, where would the human race's face be? If the human race did not do anything when their emperor was being looked down upon, they would definitely be mocked by all living beings. Therefore, the human race had to have a fight with the Grand Pure One. Winning or losing was not important. What was important was to show that attitude. Look, in order to protect the reputation of the human emperor, the human race did not even hesitate to start a war with the saints. Presumably, the living beings of the primordial world who saw this scene would know the attitude of the human race. The human emperor could not be humiliated. This is indeed the fault of the poor Wei. Therefore, the poor Wei is willing to accept any price. The Grand Pure One was also a shrewd person. Naturally, he knew the meaning behind this. Therefore, he calmly accepted this karma and waited for the human race to settle the score in the future. The karma has been accepted. Fellow Taoist Gaochen, can you explain to the poor Wei why you reincarnated in the Shang dynasty and became the human emperor? After changing the topic, the Grand Pure One reorganized his words and continued to ask the question, why do I have to become the human emperor? That's naturally because the heavenly Tao owes me the position of the human emperor. In the primordial world, the human race respects me as the sacred emperor. The Magi recognize me as the human emperor. The dragon race recognizes me as the human emperor. The phoenix race, the Chilan race, and the other Khanate races also recognize me as the human emperor. Even the mortal enemies of the human race, the demons, have to call me the human emperor when they see me. Even the East Emperor Dijun calls me the human emperor. It can be said that all living beings in the primordial world respect me as the human emperor. However, the heavenly Tao did not recognize me as the human emperor. The heavenly Tao is the manifestation of the will of the primordial world. It does not recognize me as the human emperor. Even if everyone in the world recognizes me as the human emperor, I am not considered the human emperor. As the saying goes, if you don't have a proper name, you won't be able to go smoothly. If I steal the position of the human emperor as an ordinary person, I will definitely cause trouble in the future. Therefore, I specially reincarnated as a human and became the human emperor to make up for this flaw and make myself legitimate. After hearing the Grand Pure One's words, Feng Zichen first asked a question before speaking passionately. He could not say that he had reincarnated as a human this time to specially destroy the immortal god-killing tribulation, right? Naturally, he had to make an excuse. That was Feng Zichen's excuse. Actually, that was not all an excuse. Just as he had said, he was not the human emperor conferred by the heavenly Tao. He had conferred it himself. At that time, it was still the Khanate era. The human race was just an inconspicuous character among the 10,000 races. They could not enter the eyes of the heavenly Tao. Since that was the case, the conferment of the human emperor would naturally not alarm the heavenly Tao. Feng Zichen's position as the human emperor was jointly respected by the human race. He had only obtained the recognition of the human race and not the recognition of the heavenly Tao. By the time the human race was valued by the heavenly Tao and decided to nurture them into the main characters of the world, Feng Zichen, the recognized human emperor of the human race, had already fallen many years ago. The heavenly Tao wanted to prosper the human race. Even if it knew about Feng Zichen's achievements, it could not confer him the title of human emperor. Instead, it should focus on the present. Because of that, Feng Zichen, the first-generation human emperor, was deliberately forgotten by the heavenly Tao. That also led to Feng Zichen's awkward position in the human race. Although all living beings respected him as the human emperor, in fact, the heavenly Tao did not recognize him as the human emperor. To be precise, he was a fake human emperor. The human emperor was in reality, but he did not have the name of the human emperor. Therefore, apart from destroying the immortal god-killing tribulation, Feng Zichen might not have any plans to confirm his identity as the human emperor. After hearing Feng Zichen's words, the Grand Pure One was silent for a long time before saying, "Fellow Taoist Gaochen's identity is already noble enough. Even compared to the 3 poor Wei brothers, you are not weaker. In fact, you are even slightly better. In the primordial world, apart from the Tao ancestor and great Emperor Ziwei, the poor Wei can't think of anyone else whose identity is more noble than yours. Fellow Taoist, since you have such a noble identity, why are you greedy for the power of the human emperor? Even if you have the position of the human emperor, you can't add more elegance to you. That's because you're already resplendent enough." In the Grand Pure One's opinion, Feng Zichen already had enough halos. There was no need to add the glory of the human emperor. Just his identity as the great Taoist priest was enough for him to dominate the primordial world, not to mention that he was the postnatal Tao ancestor. "Fellow Taoist, you don't understand?" Feng Zichen shook his head and replied. The Grand Pure One was not human. How could he understand the attraction of the word human emperor to the human race? To Feng Zichen, becoming the human emperor was like becoming a saint to the Grand Pure One back then. That was his lifelong pursuit. Fellow Taoist, the poor Wei really doesn't understand. However, I can't ignore the fact that you want to become the human emperor. Knowing that Feng Zichen had already made up his mind, the Grand Pure One changed his calm attitude and said domineeringly, "Interfere? Fellow Taoist, you want to interfere in the matter of the change of the emperor of our race. Don't you think you're overreaching? Could it be that you think that you have really become the master of the human Tao after establishing Ren School, and can interfere with the internal matters of our race? Interfere? Don't joke. Even the heavenly Tao doesn't dare to be alone. What right do you have to stop me from becoming the human emperor?" Upon hearing the Grand Pure One's words, Feng Zichen laughed out loud as if he had heard a joke. As he had said, he was the great Taoist priest. If he wanted to become the human emperor, even the heavenly Tao could not stop him, let alone the Grand Pure One. It was heaven-defying for others to become the human emperor. If Feng Zichen became the human emperor, he would be following the heavens. The heavenly Tao would naturally change the situation for him. That was how arrogant the true Pangu clan was. Fellow Taoist Gaochen, if you don't believe me, you can try it in the future. As if he was not affected by Feng Zichen's words, the Grand Pure One continued to speak calmly. No matter how good Feng Zichen's reason was, he would definitely block his path to becoming the human emperor. It was because Feng Zichen was blocking his path. If Feng Zichen really became the human emperor and controlled the human race for 1,000,000 years, would he still be able to transcend the immortal god tribulation? Moreover, it was enough for the human race to have the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. There should not be another human emperor. Otherwise, the destiny of the human race would definitely increase further. That might cause the human race to completely escape the control of the saints. However, how could the saints allow such a thing to happen? Therefore, if Feng Zichen wanted to become the human emperor, he would definitely face the full obstruction of the saints. It was not only for the smooth unfolding of the immortal god tribulation, but also for them to better control the destiny of the human race. This battle was unavoidable. This battle was different from the small fight when Yu the Great was conferred the emperor. In order to stop Feng Zichen, the saints did not hold back. After all, he was in existence on the same level as them. For that, the scale of this battle would definitely be shockingly huge, far beyond the imagination of the world. Oh, then let's wait and see. Narrowing his eyes slightly, Feng Zichen looked at the Grand Pure One and said, he knew that the Grand Pure One was serious. Otherwise, with his temperament, he would never say such threatening words. Fellow Taoist Gaochen has returned. I believe that all of you have many private matters to discuss. Since that's the case, poor Wei and the others won't disturb you any longer. Farewell. Without saying much, the Grand Pure One chose to leave. At this moment, it was useless to say anything more. In the end, they could only rely on their own means to speak. Your Majesty, is it really okay to become enemies with the 5 saints? After the 5 saints left, Fushi asked worriedly. It's fine. Who said that we're going to become enemies with the 5 saints? How do you know that none of the 5 saints are on our side? Facing Fushi's doubts, Feng Zichen smiled mysteriously and said, however, not only did his words not clear the doubts of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, but they also made them even more confused. What? From what His Majesty said, could it be that one of the 5 saints is on his side? But how is that possible? His Majesty instigated the saints to stand on the side of the human race. It's really impossible. For a moment, everyone fell into deep confusion. On the other hand, after the initial confusion, Fushi seemed to have suddenly figured something out. He glanced in the direction of the East Sea and revealed a relieved smile. Chapter 731. After all, he was one of the few wise men in the primordial world. Just from Feng Zichen's words, Fushi could roughly guess his plan. However, even though he had a guess in his heart, Fushi did not say it out loud. It was good that he was clear about this matter. Once he said it out loud, it would inevitably cause unknown changes. Everyone, the human race still has things to deal with, so I won't stay here for long. When everything is over, let's have a good gathering. After chatting with the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors for a while, Feng Zichen said goodbye. Your Majesty, you can go ahead if you have something to do. Seeing that Feng Zichen was about to leave, the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors hurriedly stood up to send him off. It's a pity that we're trapped in the fire cloud cave and can't leave easily. We can't help your Majesty much. We can only watch your Majesty run around for the human race alone. Otherwise, we'll definitely have a good fight with that saint. Outside the fire cloud cave, Fuxi said regretfully as they were about to part ways. Although the 3 sovereigns were absolute saints and had the same status as saints, it was not without a price. Although it was said that they were cultivating in seclusion in the fire cloud cave, they were actually suppressing the destiny of the human race in the fire cloud cave and could not leave easily. In other words, the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors were trapped in the fire cloud cave. They could only leave for a short time when the human race faced a great calamity. They could not leave at all other times. For this reason, even if the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors wanted to go down to the lower realm to help Feng Zichen, they could not do it. Haha! Fellow Taoists, don't be anxious. You won't be free for long. When the 5 saints can't do anything to me even after using all their means, they will definitely launch a great calamity of the world to interrupt my path to the human emperor realm. At that time, it'll be time for you to make a move. Hearing Fuxi's complaint, Feng Zichen laughed and said, at the moment, the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors did not have the chance to leave the fire cloud cave. However, when the battle between Feng Zichen and the sage became more and more serious, it would be difficult for the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors to not take action. The chaotic battle between primordial chaos zenith heaven golden immortals was an unimaginable calamity for the entire untainted land, not to mention the human clan. When the great calamity arose and the human race was in danger, the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors naturally had to walk out of the fire cloud cave and carry out their duty to save the world. Haha, if what your Majesty said is true, then Fuxi is looking forward to the arrival of that moment. Fuxi chuckled and said with great yearning, don't worry, I won't keep you waiting for too long. After finishing his last sentence, Feng Zichen's figure slowly dissipated. He had already left the fire cloud cave and returned to the capital of the Shang dynasty. On the other side, after leaving the fire cloud cave, the Grand Pure One's expression became unusually ugly. He was no longer as calm and composed as when he faced Feng Zichen previously. Clearly, the Grand Pure One was not as confident as he appeared to be in stopping Feng Zichen from becoming the human emperor. He was not completely confident that he could stop Feng Zichen. That was different from stopping Yu the Great from becoming an emperor. Yu the Great was going against the heavens to become an emperor. The saints had the mandate of heaven, so they could naturally stop him from becoming an emperor without any pressure. However, Feng Zichen was different. From the moment he decided to become the human emperor, the heavenly Tao had already tacitly agreed to his identity. It was waiting for him to gather enough luck so that it could crown him as an emperor. At that moment, if the saints attacked Feng Zichen, the heavenly Tao would not stop them, but it would not help them either. In other words, in the battle between the saints and Feng Zichen, the heavenly Tao would choose not to help either side. The outcome would depend on the methods of both sides and who was better. Facing Feng Zichen, who was blessed by the destiny of the human race, the thought of it made one's scalp tingle. If the saints wanted to win this battle, it would be difficult. That was because they had to face not only Feng Zichen but also countless experts of the human race. Who in the world would dare to disobey the Saint Emperor's orders? At that time, Feng Zichen would give an order. The experts of the human race who had been in seclusion for many years would probably jump out one after another and come to the capital of the great Shang dynasty to pay respects to the Saint Emperor. No one would doubt Feng Zichen's appeal. The human experts would definitely carry out every order he gave. In fact, the saints were still worried. Were the human experts the only ones who responded to Feng Zichen's orders? One had to know that Feng Zichen was the God-fiend Tao ancestor. Over the years, many experts had been born in the Tao of the God-fiend. If they also responded to Feng Zichen's orders, their scalps would go numb just thinking about it. Feng Zichen had such a huge force in his hands. What about the saints? What kind of power did they have in their hands? Yes, they had 4 sects in their hands. Ren School, Chan School, Jie School, and the Western sect. However, even if all these powers were added together, they were far from being comparable to the power in Feng Zichen's hands. Not to mention anything else, just the human race alone had hundreds of Daluo Taoist priests. But what about the 4 sects? There were many Daluo Jingxian, but there were only 4 Daluo Taoist priests. Xian Du of Ren School, Taoist Randang of Chan School, Shen Qing and Duobao of Jie School, and none of the Western sect. And that's not right. It was not that the Western sect did not have any. In the past, the Western sect still had a few Daluo Taoist priests. Unfortunately, when Feng Zichen killed the Western sect back then, he killed all of them. He did not know if they had been resurrected. The 4 sects were huge and had countless disciples, but there were only 4 Daluo Taoist priests. It was embarrassing. Moreover, not everyone could use the 4 Daluo Taoist priests. Xian Du of Ren School was from the human race and was Feng Zichen's childhood friend. If the 4 sects really fought with Feng Zichen, it would be good if Xian Du did not help Feng Zichen. It was obviously impossible to expect him to stand on the same side as the 4 sects and deal with the human race together. As for Shen Qing of Jie School, he was already best friends with Feng Zichen before he became the disciple of the Grandmaster of Heaven. It was obviously unrealistic to expect him to be enemies with Feng Zichen. In this way, the 4 sects could only produce 2 Daluo Taoist priests. Compared to the hundreds of Daluo Taoist priests of the human race, it was not enough. For the first time, the saints felt a huge pressure and an indescribable sense of powerlessness. In the past, they were a little too dependent on their own strength. They felt that as long as they were strong enough, they could sweep everything away. This method was not wrong, but it might not be completely right. Just like now, after being unable to crush Feng Zichen in terms of strength, the 5 saints began to look elsewhere. However, they suddenly realized that compared to other things, they could not compare to Feng Zichen. In terms of the power they controlled, they were too far behind Feng Zichen, so much so that they were a little helpless. Everyone, what should we do? On Mount Kunlun, the heavenly lord of primordial beginning frowned and asked the 4 saints in front of him. Sai, the Gaochen is powerful. With the power of the Poor Wei and the others, unless they take action personally, it's really difficult to contend with them. Saint Jie sighed and said helplessly. Just as he said, under the circumstances that the saints did not take action, with the power that Feng Zichen had now, unless the ancient demon race reappeared, no force in the primordial world could contend with him. Even the heavenly court could not. As for the witch race, it was already good enough that they did not help Feng Zichen to fight them. They could forget about standing on their side. Wait, the demon race. Thinking of the demon race, a bold idea suddenly appeared in Saint Jieyin's mind. If he remembered correctly, there should be an irreconcilable blood feud between the demon race and the human race. Only if. What would happen if the demon race dealt with the human race? The current demon race was indeed no match for the human race, but what if the ancient demon race revived? Could the human race really withstand the counterattack of the ancient demon race and continue to dominate the primordial world? The more Saint Jieyin thought about it, the more ridiculous it became. Soon, he thought of the decisive battle between the human race and the ancient demon race, reenacting the grand battle between the witch race and the demon race in the past, turning the entire primordial world into ruins. But immediately, Saint Jieyin put away all his thoughts. This idea was too crazy. He was just thinking about it. It was impossible for him to really take action. After all, the matter of the ancient demon race involved too many people. If Saint Jieyin really revived them, it would not only involve the human race. There were other forces. For example, the Kuanpeng of the North Sea, the current heavenly court, and the Western sect. Saint Jieyin had not forgotten that in terms of hatred, the ancient demon race's hatred for the Western sect was far above that of the human race, second only to the witch race. Reviving the ancient demon race was helping the enemy. However, since the ancient demon race could not be revived, the remaining demon race forces could be used. With the current strength of the demon race, it was impossible for them to overthrow the human race, but they could still cause trouble for the human race. In addition, when things were really impossible, it was not impossible to revive some of the ancient demon race's experts. With an idea in mind, Saint Jieyin was about to speak, but at this moment, he heard the Grandmaster of Heaven shouting at the side, "What are you talking about? You're just scheming. In Poor Way's opinion, we should join forces and directly set up a large array in the primordial world to seal the world, so that the existences above the Dalio Taoist priests can't make a move. Then we'll each send our disciples to the capital of the Great Shang dynasty. If we can overthrow the rule of the Great Shang dynasty, that would be the best. If not, the dead disciples will be enough to fill the God role and complete the immortal God-killing tribulation. In that case, when the tribulation is over, we'll directly kill our way to the capital of the Great Shang dynasty in the name of avenging our disciples and oust Gaochen from the throne. In that case, won't everything be solved?" Hearing this, the other four saints all had stunned expressions on their faces. They were really shocked. How did the Grandmaster of Heaven come up with this plan? He's not here to cause trouble, right? How many humans are there? How many people are there in the four sects? And they're attacking the capital of the Great Shang dynasty? The disciples of the four sects would probably drown to death with just a mouthful of saliva from each human. If they really followed the Grandmaster of Heaven's plan, the disciples of the four sects would probably die as many as they sent. The Grandmaster of Heaven's words were indeed intentional. His idea was very simple. If they really followed his plan, the disciples of the four sects would definitely come out in full force and be involved in the immortal God-killing tribulation. In that case, whoever entered the God role could only depend on fate. Could be said that it was very fair. Unfortunately, although this plan was good, it was unrealistic. Third brother, be careful with your words. The human race can mobilize millions of Tai Jinxian at any time. With such strength, how can the disciples of the four sects compete with the human race? At this moment, the Grand Pure One said helplessly. He could guess a thing or two about the Grandmaster of Heaven's idea. This method was indeed fair, but other than the Grandmaster of Heaven, no one would agree. Moreover, even if everyone agreed, this plan would not succeed. Not to mention anything else, they could not even set up a large formation to lock down the world. Did they really think that Feng Zichen did not have any allies? As soon as they set up the formation, Nuwa, Goddess Hutu, and Emperor Ziwei would probably interfere and stop them from succeeding. At that time, it would be another problem. Sigh. The Grandmaster of Heaven also knew that his plan was a little presumptuous. Therefore, after sighing, he did not say anything else. With our current strength, I'm afraid we can't stop the North Star from becoming the human emperor. Therefore, we can only do it from another angle. In the Poor Way's opinion, if the North Star wants to become the human emperor, it can only continue to strengthen the Great Shang dynasty. Through this, it can gather enough providence to form the fruit of the human emperor. In that case, we can start from this aspect and secretly destroy the foundation of the Great Shang dynasty, so that the North Star will not be able to gather enough providence. Over time, under the backlash of the dragon Qi of the People Path, he will have no choice but to abdicate. After thinking for a while, the scheming Taoist Kundi came up with a solution. That makes sense. Hearing this, everyone came to a realization. Previously, they had all made a mistake. They thought that if they wanted to stop Feng Zichen from becoming the human emperor, they had to deal with him. However, that was not the case. The Great Shang dynasty was Feng Zichen's foundation. As long as they destroyed the Great Shang dynasty's foundation, they would be able to stop him from becoming the human emperor even if they did not attack Feng Zichen. Thinking about it this way, things were much simpler. They could not do anything to Feng Zichen, but what could they do to the Great Shang dynasty? The Great Shang dynasty's territory was vast, and there were countless living beings. No matter how capable Feng Zichen was, it was impossible for him to take care of everything. There would always be places that he could not take care of. And this was an opportunity for everyone. Using a single point to break the surface, the Great Shang dynasty would definitely perish. After confirming the general direction, everyone began to discuss in the Kunlun Mountain Jade Void Palace to perfect their next plan. After leaving the Fire Cloud Cave, Feng Zichen returned to the Great Shang dynasty's capital. The first thing that the human emperor had to do was to receive an audience from the various human factions to have a clear understanding of the current situation of the human race. Then, He had to wait for the representatives of the myriad races to come and pay their respects to the human race to show the dignity of the human emperor. The human emperor was not only the emperor of the human race, but he was also the ruler of all races and the emperor of all spirits. When the human emperor appeared, the myriad races would naturally come to pay their respects to him to show their respect. If any race dared to not come, it would be even easier to deal with them. They would directly send troops to attack them and use their blood to establish the supreme dignity of the human emperor. P.S. The next chapter is at night, the very late kind. Chapter 732. In the Human King Palace, Feng Zichen sat on the throne and accepted the worship of the representatives of the human clan. At this moment, the news that he was the reincarnation of Emperor Gaochen had spread among the Daluo Taoist priests. Therefore, after knowing this, the human clan in the ancestral land, the human clan in the Seven Stars continent, the human clan in the Heaven realm, and the human clan in the Undying Volcano, people from all walks of life sent representatives to the Shang capital to worship the human emperor. Even the Sorcerer clan, the Dragon clan, the Phoenix clan, and other Khanate clans sent representatives to the capital. For a time, the capital of the Shang dynasty became the focus of all living beings in the untainted land. "Greetings, Your Majesty." Seeing the familiar face, the elders of the human clan in the palace knelt on the ground and kowtowed to Feng Zichen. "Greetings, Your Majesty." Seeing this, the juniors of the human clan who had never seen Feng Zichen also knelt down and kowtowed. "You may rise." Feng Zichen raised his hand gently and helped everyone up. "Greetings, Your Majesty." After everyone got up, they kowtowed to Feng Zichen again. However, this time they did not kowtow. "Yes, I'm back, everyone. It's been a long time." Looking at the familiar faces below, Feng Zichen felt a little emotional. As time passed, there were fewer and fewer people in the human clan who were familiar with him. Perhaps, if he did not show up for a long time, the human clan would forget him one day. Time. It was the most terrifying weapon in the world. First, he reminisced about the past glory of the human clan. Then, they talked about business. "Your Majesty, since you have become the human emperor, when will you go to the ancestral land and take control of the human emperor palace again?" At this time, Feng Kangmeng stepped forward and asked. In his opinion, it was extremely inappropriate for Feng Zichen to still be in the capital of the Shang dynasty. Since ancient times, the human emperors had ruled the world from their ancestral palace. Only there, protected by the earth veins, the stars in the sky, and the chi of heaven and earth gathered there, was worthy of the identity of the human emperor. On the other hand, the imperial capital of the great Shang dynasty was merely the land of the king. Could raise the king of men, but it could not raise the emperor of men. The human emperor felt a little wronged here. "That's true. It's been a long time since I've been to the human emperor palace. It's time for me to go back and take a look." Hearing this, Feng Zichen paused for a moment before replying. The human emperor palace was established by him back then. The rule of the human emperor ruling there was also set by him. Now that he had become Renhuang, he naturally had to return to the human emperor palace. It was inappropriate for him to stay in human palace. Furthermore, even if all races were to pay homage to the human emperor, they would not come to the capital of Grand Shang. Instead, they would go to the ancestral land of the human race. Because this was the rule. "Everyone, pass down my orders. I will return to the human race's ancestral land soon and take charge of the human sovereign palace." With a thought, Feng Zichen ordered. "Yes." When everyone heard this, they naturally had no objections and responded in unison. After receiving the order, the next thing to do was to arrange for the human emperor to return to the human emperor palace. On the shore of the East Sea, in the human race's ancestral land. At this moment, there were tens of thousands of golden rays and multicolored light. Hundreds of Taoist priests of the human race appeared together and escorted an ancient emperor back to the ancestral land. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Sensing the familiar aura, everything in the ancestral land began to tremble. There was a faint sense of excitement reverberating in the air. The spirits prostrated themselves on the ground as if they were worshipping and welcoming the return of their emperor. "Emperor, With the arrival of Feng Zichen, the human race in the ancestral land began to cheer and praise his name. It was as if they were expressing the joy in their hearts. Rumble. At this moment, the human race's ancestral land began to shake. Dazzling human path light shot up into the sky and shook the earth. The human path in the unseen world seemed to have been summoned and suddenly appeared in the human race's ancestral land. An indescribable yet extremely shocking power suddenly descended upon them. At this moment, the living beings in the ancestral land were all encouraged and gained great courage. The human path had descended. Although they did not notice any abnormalities, the moment the inspiring power descended, everyone understood that the human path had descended. Whoosh, wisps of light emerged from the void and condensed into a dazzling divine halo. It hung behind Feng Zichen's head, making him look even more sacred. This was the human path halo, a gift from the human path to Feng Zichen. With this halo, no one below the primordial chaos could hurt Feng Zichen. Under the primordial chaos, any divine abilities, spells, and curses were ineffective against him. In other words, only the power of the primordial chaos could break the protection of the human path halo and hurt Feng Zichen. With the human path halo, Feng Zichen was in an invincible position. Damn it! Why does the human path love him so much and give him such a divine ability? The arrival of the human path was such a big matter, so of course, it could not be hidden from the saints' perception. Therefore, they immediately looked over. Then they saw a scene that made them envious. The human path had given Feng Zichen the human path halo. With the saints' eyesight, it was not difficult to see the creator of the human path halo. This was an extremely powerful defensive divine ability that could be immune to all attacks below the primordial chaos. Even if it could not completely block a primordial chaos divine ability, it could weaken it by 20 to 30%. How could such a divine ability not be enviable? At the same time, this also intensified the saint's determination to oust Feng Zichen. He had not completely become the human emperor yet, but he already had such a phenomenon. If he completely condensed the human emperor Dao fruit, what would his phenomenon be like? Even the saints would have to retreat when they saw him. Human Emperor Palace. Since Yu the Great, no one had entered the Human Emperor Palace. At this moment, it finally welcomed its new master, who was also its original master, Feng Zichen. On this day, on the first day of the first year of the Zichen Saint Emperor calendar, the human race's Saint Emperor Feng Zichen entered the Human Emperor Palace and began his career of ruling the human race again. It was also on this day that the human race entered a new era. The human emperor was in power. The myriad races that were still in the primordial world hurriedly prepared a big gift. The patriarch personally led the team to the human race's ancestral land to pay respects to the human emperor. As for some of the more ancient Khanate races, after learning that Feng Zichen had returned, their patriarchs rushed back from the heaven realm and personally went to the human race's ancestral land to attend the human emperor ceremony. Even the patriarch was not qualified to come here. This was because the more ancient the race, the more they knew how terrifying Feng Zichen was. He was someone who dared to fight with the Eastern Emperor before he attained the Tao. He had even killed his way to the Western sect alone. The consequences of offending him were probably more serious than offending the saint. On the other hand, some of the younger races did not pay much attention to Feng Zichen because they did not know much about him. They casually sent their clansmen over. However, no one dared not to pay respects to the human emperor even though they did not pay attention to him. Even if the younger generation was not sensible, they were not fools. When they saw so many people of the older generation going to pay homage to the human emperor, they naturally understood that the other party had a great background and was far from being someone they could provoke. After the worship of the myriad races, Feng Zichen finally had time to deal with the human race's matters. Next, he began to carry out a bold reform of the human race. First, he had to repair the teleportation array. In the past, under Feng Zichen's suggestion, the ancestral Magus Emperor Jiang had used his supreme divine ability to set up teleportation arrays on all the space nodes in the primordial world, thus connecting the entire primordial world. To the primordial world, this was a great achievement. Therefore, after completing this feat, The ancestral Magus Emperor Zhang had a deeper understanding of the Tao of space and obtained the opportunity to become a primordial chaos immortal. The appearance of the teleportation array was indeed convenient for all living beings in the primordial world. However, the good times did not last long. With the outbreak of the battle between the Magi and the demon race, it actually triggered a world-destroying catastrophe, causing the world to be in danger of being overturned. Since the world was about to be destroyed, those teleportation arrays naturally could not be spared. When the great divine abilities succeeded in saving the world, the teleportation array set up by the ancestral Magus Emperor Zhang was almost destroyed. After that, no one was willing to repair these teleportation arrays. Over time, this matter was gradually forgotten by the world. But now, in order to better develop the human race, Feng Zichen decided to repair those teleportation arrays and upgrade them as a whole. According to Feng Zichen's idea, he wanted to change those teleportation arrays into teleportation doors and create void passageways in the void to connect these doors to each other. This way, it would be more troublesome, but it was safer. With a stable spatial passageway, it would undoubtedly be much safer to carry out spatial teleportation. Perhaps even mortals could use the teleportation door to travel to the primordial world. The teleportation array set up by the ancestral Magus Emperor Zhang could be said to be exquisite. It displayed his achievements in the Tao of space. Even the current Feng Zichen did not dare to say that he could defeat him in the Tao of space. However, although the teleportation array was exquisite, humans could not use it. To be precise, mortals could not use it. When Zhang set up the teleportation array, there were no mortals in the primordial world. The weakest ones were in the postnatal realm. For this reason, when ancestral Magus Emperor Zhang set up the teleportation array, he did not consider the feelings of mortals at all. In fact, he had never even considered the feelings of an acquired realm creature. The thinking habits of Khanate godfiends were all from the Khanate realm. As for those below the Khanate realm, was there such a weak living being in the primordial world? No, that's not right. Could such a weak person be called a living being? These words seemed funny, but they were a true portrayal of that era. Ancestral Magus Emperor Zhang could ignore mortals, but Feng Zichen could not. This was because most of his people were mortals. Therefore, the plan to build a teleportation door and a spatial passageway had to be put on the agenda. Moreover, in order to increase safety and practicality, Feng Zichen also decided to build some spaceships to carry passengers. How should he put it? The so-called spatial door was similar to the airport in Feng Zichen's later life. The spaceship was equivalent to the plane in the later life. The void passageway was the later life's waterway. Its operation mode was exactly the same. However, one was a technological version, and the other was a Xianxia version. Building a complete transportation system in the entire human territory was a huge project, and it involved a lot of knowledge. With the power of the human race, it was definitely possible to complete it, but it would take a lot of time. Therefore, Feng Zichen decided to ask for external help. As the saying goes, there was a hierarchy of knowledge and there was a specialization in the field. Professional matters had to be left to the professionals. That disciple of the Jie school became Feng Zichen's best choice. Firstly, the Jie school was most famous for array formations. Its famous disciples were all array formation experts. Secondly, the disciples of the Jie school were professionals in building teleportation arrays. They had enough experience. One had to know that the plan of the teleportation array was originally proposed by Shen Qing. The first teleportation array was also created by him. In order to adjust the teleportation array, Shen Qing had asked the disciples of the Jie school for help. Under the influence of their ears and eyes, the disciples of the Jie school naturally had a full understanding of teleportation arrays. The first teleportation network in the primordial world, the teleportation array that covered the entire East Sea, was built by the disciples of the Jie school. He believed that with this experience, it would not be difficult for the disciples of the Jie school to build a teleportation door system for the human race. Of course, the purpose of Feng Zichen asking the disciples of the Jie school to help was not as simple as building a teleportation door. This was just an excuse that could allow the human race to be related to the Jie school. In Feng Zichen's mind, there were many ideas from the future waiting to be realized. For example, Shensha cars, telephones, networks, and so on, they all needed the support of array formations. And these could not be done without the help of the disciples of the Jie school. In Feng Zichen's eyes, the disciples of the Jie school were all talents like engineers who could complete his thoughts. As long as the disciples of the Jie school built a teleportation door for the human race, they would be related to the human race. After that, when Feng Zichen asked them for help again, the loyal disciples of the Jie school could not refuse. Over time, when the disciples of the Jie school created all the strange ideas in Feng Zichen's mind, they would be inseparable from the human race. Think about it, the results of the disciples of the Jie school had integrated into all aspects of the human race and become an indispensable part of it. At this time, who would believe that the Jie school had nothing to do with the human race? That was not the way to fool people. When that time came, the Jie school and the human race would be one. As for the Grandmaster of Heaven, no matter how unwilling he was, he had to stand on the same side as Feng Zichen for the sake of the disciples of the Jie school. Feng Zichen was indirectly kidnapping the Grandmaster of Heaven by kidnapping the disciples of the Jie school, so that he had no choice but to stand on his side. In the Fire Cloud Cave, Feng Zichen had once said that there was one of his people among the 5 saints. The reason why Fuxi looked at the East Sea was that he had guessed Feng Zichen's plan. The Jie school was in the East Sea. With an idea in mind, Feng Zichen immediately took action. He asked Feng Kangmang to bring his letter to the East Sea to seek help from Shen Qing. If he went directly to the Jie school, there was a high chance that Duobao would reject him. However, if he found Shen Qing first, Feng Kangmang would definitely succeed. Although Shen Qing was no longer in the Jie school, his influence in the Jie school had not weakened at all. With his help, there was no reason for the Jie school to refuse. Chapter 733. Now that the Grandmaster of Heaven was not in Jie school, Shen Qing could be in charge of half of Jie school. That gave Feng Zichen a lot of room to operate. He could do whatever he wanted. Anyway, Duobao would not go against Shen Qing. When the Grandmaster of Heaven returned from Kunlun Mountain, he would probably realize that Jie school was no longer the Jie school he knew. Instead, it was the Jie school of the human race. When Feng Kangmang rushed to the 3 Immortal Island, Shen Qing already had a plan. He walked out of the cave abode calmly and used a special method to gather the disciples of Jie school who were familiar with him. Building a teleportation portal for the human race was a matter of great merit. Naturally, not everyone was qualified to participate. Those who could participate in this operation did not have to be virtuous. At the very least, they had to have no bad records. That was enough to exclude most of the disciples of Jie school. The disciples of Jie school were a mix of fish and dragons. There were ascetic cultivators who pursued the Tao wholeheartedly, carefree immortals who focused on studying the 100 arts, and quiet immortals, however. Most of them were demons and ghosts. It was these demons and ghosts who did not cultivate etiquette, did not respect the rules, and killed without permission. It could be said that they had a lot of bad records. Not only did they cause Jie school to be in a mess, but they also had negative karma. More than 80% of the reason why Jie school had a bad reputation in the primordial world was because of them. All the disciples of Jie school were on the god roll. None of them were innocent. In fact, more than half of them were not qualified to be on the god roll. Those with deep negative karma did not even have the qualifications to be on the list. It was their fate that they could not escape from turning into ashes in the killing tribulation. The great tribulation of heaven and earth was targeted at them. What was the great tribulation of heaven and earth? It was because there was too much karma in the world, too chaotic, and too heavy that the heavenly Tao could not withstand it. Therefore, the heavenly Tao launched a great tribulation, causing the primordial world to change and the world to collapse to complete the goal of cleaning up all karma. When the great tribulation erupted, the first to be targeted were those with deep negative karma. If they did not die in the tribulation, who would die in the tribulation? They could not let those who had contributed die, right? Those with deep negative karma were people who had committed many evil deeds. It was a worthy death for them to die in the tribulation. It also happened to show the fairness of the heavenly Tao. Usually, the heavenly Tao might not pay attention to you when you committed all kinds of evil. However, once the great calamity erupted, these people would be the primary targets of the heavenly Tao. This was the so-called good will be rewarded with good, and evil will be repaid with evil. It's not that there's no retribution, it's just that it's not time yet. Therefore, in life, one should not seek to do many good deeds, but one should seek not to do any bad deeds. After receiving Xian Qing's message, the disciples of the Jie school who were familiar with him did not dare to be negligent. They put down what they were doing and rushed to Penglai Island. On the other hand, Xian Qing wasn't idle either. He was busy preparing the banquet. Since the disciple of the Jie school was here, of course, he had to entertain him first. After he was full, he could talk about business. After being in the primordial world for so many years, Xian Qing was more or less affected by the pride of the living beings of the primordial world. When he did things, he was quite particular about ostentation. Before the banquet began, he was already busy. First, he ordered people to go to the orchard to pick immortal fruits. Then, he ordered the boy to take out immortal pills and immortal wine. When Xian Qing was done with his preparations, the disciples of the Jie school arrived one after another. The East Sea had an extremely perfect teleportation system. Therefore, it was very convenient for the disciples of the Jie school to come and go. The first to rush over was the three Shao sisters, who were closest to Penglai Island. They were one of the most outstanding disciples of the Jie school. Then, it was the three true disciples of the Grandmaster of Heaven, the goddess of Golden Spirit, the goddess of Wudong, and the goddess of Turtle Spirit. These three people had the best relationship with Xian Qing. After all, they were the disciples that the Grandmaster of Heaven had taken in before he became a saint. They were basically taught by Xian Qing. It would be strange if they didn't have a good relationship. After these people, Zhao Gongming, Fairy Hanji, Fairy Rosy Cloud, and the other inner sect disciples also arrived. Although there were many disciples of the Jie school, only a few dozen people that Xian Qing had his eyes on could be called over by him. They were either peerless talents, noble characters, or virtuous people. In short, they were all 1 in 100 people of the Jie school. Although these people were few, they could represent the entire Jie school. There were only a few other disciples who could stand shoulder to shoulder with them. Moreover, they were all negative karma and were not valued by Xian Qing. After everyone arrived, the banquet began. During the banquet, Xian Qing was not in a hurry to talk about business with everyone. Instead, he drank and had fun with everyone first. When the atmosphere was about right, Xian Qing said, "Junior brothers, now that I have a matter of great merit on hand, I still lack some help. Are you willing to help? Listen, what is the art of speaking? This is it." Feng Zichen was clearly the one who asked for help from the Jie school. However, when it came to Xian Qing, it became a matter of great merit that needed their help. How was this a request? It was clearly a gift. It had completely changed from passive to active. What was a matter of great merit? It was something that was beneficial to the primordial world. Once they participated in such a matter, everyone would more or less be able to share some merit after the matter was completed. And merit was a hard currency in the primordial world. When everyone heard that, they immediately became excited and asked, "Eldest senior brother, don't keep us in suspense. Quickly tell us what the good thing is. Wasn't it a good thing to be able to obtain merit? Junior brothers, you all know that senior brother and the human emperor are best friends. A few days ago, when senior brother was chatting with him, I heard him mention unintentionally that he wanted to build a huge teleportation system in the human race. When the poor Wei heard that, she thought that this move could not only promote the development of the human race, but also further strengthen the dignity of the human emperor. Isn't it a matter of great merit? At this time, the poor Wei thought that the teleportation system of the East Sea was jointly built by you, junior brothers. Since junior brothers can build the teleportation system of the East Sea, it should not be difficult to build a teleportation system for the human race. Therefore, the poor Wei asked for this matter from the human emperor so that junior brothers can get some merit. What do you think of this matter? After everyone quietened down, Xian Qing said slowly, "In an instant, The image of a hard-working senior brother who was always considerate of his junior brothers was established by Xian Qing. Our senior brother has been wronged. It's us who have burdened senior brother and made him lose face in front of his good friends. The disciples of the Jie school were touched when they heard that. At this moment, they had already imagined the scene of Xian Qing asking the human emperor for this matter. Such a matter of great merit was extremely precious. If it spread, there would definitely be many people fighting to do it. However, for their sake, their eldest senior brother had actually taken this matter from the hands of the human emperor. Needless to say, even if Xian Qing had a good relationship with the human emperor, he must have paid a huge price in order to do this. Thinking of this, everyone was even more touched. We will never forget senior brother's kindness. Everyone thanked Xian Qing with a big bow. At this moment, they were all immersed in being touched. No one felt that there was anything wrong with helping the human emperor. In fact, there was nothing wrong with it, because that was what the disciples of the Jie school had always done. Under Xian Qing's guidance, the disciples of the Jie school often participated in the development of the human race. Or they made some small inventions to promote the development of the human race. Or they entered the imperial court to help the human emperor govern the world. There were really too many such things. The disciples of the Jie school used this method to obtain merit. Over time, they got used to it. And it was precisely because they were used to this method of obtaining merit that they did not feel that there was anything wrong with Xian Qing's words. It had always been like this. What was wrong with it? Hey, junior brothers, please get up. I'm already very satisfied that you don't blame me for agreeing on your behalf. How can I accept your gratitude? Xian Qing said hurriedly as he swept out a breeze to help everyone up. What are you saying, senior brother? After hearing such a matter of great merit, senior brother thought of us immediately and did not hesitate to ask for this matter for us. We can't thank you enough. How can we blame you? Even beasts know kindness. If we blame senior brother because of this, wouldn't we be worse than beasts? Yun Xiao hurriedly stepped forward and said agitatedly after hearing Xian Qing's words. Yes. Fellow Taoist Yun Xiao is right. If poor Wei and the rest blame senior brother because of this, wouldn't they be worse than beasts? Behind Yun Xiao, the disciples of the Jie school also chimed in. Haha, junior sister, don't be agitated. It's good that you don't blame me. Xian Qing hurriedly comforted everyone when he saw how agitated they were. After a while, when everyone quietened down, Xian Qing continued. Since all of you have no objections, I'll call the messenger of the human race over and ask him to bring you to the ancestral land of the human race to discuss this matter with the human emperor. As he spoke, Xian Qing looked at everyone and waited for their reply. We'll do as senior brother says. Everyone nodded and replied. No one would refuse anything that had to do with merit, not to mention building a teleportation system for the human race. They had no reason to reject at all. After the ancient times, merit had become more and more difficult to obtain. All right. Xian Qing nodded and instructed the boy to call Feng Kangmang over to get to know everyone. Greetings, fellow Taoists. In the hall, Feng Kangmang greeted them in a manner that was neither servile nor overbearing. Greetings, fellow Taoist. Seeing this, the disciples of the Jie school greeted him one by one. In front of Feng Kangmang, the disciples of the Jie school did not dare to be arrogant. Although they were disciples of the sages, the other party was the Daluo Taoist priests, who was far more powerful than them. If not for their status as disciples of the sages, they would not even have the right to speak to someone like Feng Kangmang, let alone treat him as an equal. At this point, one had to say that those Khanate divine demons were really unlucky to have become disciples of the sages. Not only did they not reap much benefits, but they also delayed their cultivation. They were almost crippled. After getting to know each other, Xian Qing asked Feng Kangmang to lead the disciples to the ancestral land of the human race to discuss the details of building a teleportation system. Junior brother, since you're here, why don't you show yourself? Could it be that senior brother needs to personally invite you out? Not long after the crowd left, Xian Qing suddenly shouted to the empty hall. Then, the space in the center of the hall began to twist and distort. An otherworldly figure gradually materialized from the void and materialized. "Greetings, senior brother." After the Taoist appeared, he bowed respectfully to Shen Qing. From what the Taoist said, the person who came was Duobao, the only Daluo Taoist priests of the Jie school. This time, although Shen Qing invited all his junior brothers to come here for a discussion, Duobao was not among them. Duobao was already the Daluo Taoist priests, and the merit was not very useful to him. Moreover, he was not as gullible as the other disciples. Therefore, Shen Qing did not invite him this time. Unexpectedly, although Shen Qing did not invite Duobao, Duobao came uninvited. Shen Qing invited so many people to the gathering. As the eldest disciple of the Jie school and the acting sect master, if Duobao did not notice, he would be neglecting his duty. "Junior brother, what are you doing sneaking here?" Shen Qing waved his hand and asked Duobao to find a seat to sit down. "It's not what I'm doing. But what are you doing, senior brother?" Duobao did not sit down. He just stood there and asked Shen Qing in confusion. "Oh, junior brother, what do you mean?" Shen Qing had a headache facing Duobao's question. He pretended to be puzzled and asked, "Senior brother, you understand. You know that the human emperor is not on good terms with master and uncle masters. They are hostile to each other, but you still want to let junior brothers get involved in the affairs of the human race. What are you trying to do? Do you still have master and uncle masters in your eyes?" Duobao asked loudly when he saw Shen Qing pretending to be stupid. "What does the poor Wei want to do?" "Of course, it's to save the lives of junior brothers." Shen Qing was unhappy with Duobao's behavior, but he still suppressed his anger and explained to him. "Save lives?" Duobao was puzzled when he heard that. The immortal god-killing tribulation has descended. Other than the two of us, all the disciples of Jie school are in danger of dying. For this, I asked my junior brothers and sisters to go to the human race to seek merit, so that they can have a chance of survival in the killing tribulation. Is there anything wrong with that? Although Shen Qing had the intention of using his junior brothers, his starting point was indeed for their own good. After all, having merit or not was completely different in the killing tribulation. Those with merit could turn misfortune into luck and misfortune into luck. They could survive the killing tribulation without any danger. Those without merit could only rely on fate. But how are you going to explain to Master? Now, Master and Uncle Masters are thinking of ways to stop the human emperor from taking another step forward. But senior brother, not only are you not helping, but you are also helping the human emperor to strengthen his rule over the human race. If senior brother is like this, what should Master do? After hesitating for a while, Duobao still said, Shen Qing's actions were indeed helping those disciples. But at the same time, he also made it difficult for the Grand Master of Heaven. P.S. Don't panic. There's still one more update. I'll write it even if I don't sleep. I'm a little excited today. I can't write well. Chapter 734. It was obvious that the elders of the sect were racking their brains to plot against the human emperor. However, as a junior, Shen Qing was actually helping the enemy. He kept pulling them back and creating difficulties for their plan. Was that appropriate? Obviously not. There's nothing to explain about that. Even if the poor Wei doesn't let the junior brothers do it, someone else will take over the matter of building a teleportation system for the human race. In the end, it will be done by the human emperor and become his merit. Since the outcome is already decided and we can't change anything, why can't the disciples of the Jie school complete this matter of great merit? It's better to let the disciples of the Jie school benefit than to let outsiders benefit, right? Since Shen Qing dared to let the disciples of the Jie school go to the human race to help, he must have thought of an excuse in advance. He would not let anyone catch him. Just as Shen Qing had said, the matter of the human emperor building a teleportation system for the human race was a foregone conclusion. Outsiders could not change or destroy it. The karma of destroying great merit was so strong that ordinary people could not bear it. Because they could obtain merit, if the disciples of the Jie school did not go, there would be plenty of people in the primordial world. The human emperor did not have to worry about not being able to build a teleportation system. If the disciples of the Jie school did not go, it would not affect the human emperor's plan. Instead, it would cause them to miss out on merit. Since that was the case, why should the disciples of the Jie school go? If they went, they would only make the Grandmaster of Heaven feel uncomfortable, but they would be able to benefit these disciples. However, if they did not go, these disciples would not be able to get anything. Sigh. I already know senior brother's intentions, but it's not easy to explain to Master. Duobao sighed and said helplessly. Since he had already said so much, he had nothing to say. What could he do? Continue to blame Xianqing? It didn't make sense. Xianqing's words were already very clear. What he did just now was completely selfless. He was thinking for his junior brothers and sisters. It was really impossible to blame him. Junior brother, don't worry. If Master blames me, I will bear it alone. I won't implicate those junior brothers and sisters. Compared to the safety of those junior brothers and sisters. So what if the poor Wei is punished by Master? Either way, the poor Wei won't die. However, if those junior brothers and sisters die in the tribulation, they will truly die. Seeing how worried Duobao was, Xianqing comforted him instead. He was not afraid of being punished by the sect leader of Tongtian. If the sect leader of Tongtian punished him because of this, wouldn't his disciples' heart turn cold? Therefore, even if the sect leader of Tongtian came back, there was a high chance that he would not punish him. In fact, he would even praise him. How could a master have the heart to punish a senior martial brother who loved his junior martial brother so much? One had to know that this was the primordial world, not the future. The status of a direct disciple was not inferior to that of a biological son. In fact, it was even slightly higher. The relationship between orthodoxies was much more stable than the relationship between bloodlines. Senior brother, you? Hearing this, Duobao was completely moved. He felt a strong sense of guilt in his heart. His senior martial brother had done so much for his junior martial brothers and sisters, but he still suspected that his senior martial brother's true purpose was to help his good friend, the emperor, attain the Tao. How despicable was that? When he thought of how well Xianqing treated him, the guilt in Duobao's heart grew even stronger. He bowed deeply to Xianqing and said sincerely, Duobao is here to thank senior martial brother on behalf of my junior martial brothers and sisters. If Master wants to punish senior martial brother after he returns, I will plead for senior martial brother even if I have to risk my life. Duobao's bow could be said to be a display of his true feelings. His words came from the bottom of his heart. He was really moved by Xianqing's actions. Junior martial brother, please get up. There's no need for this between you and me, Xianqing said emotionally as he stepped forward to help Duobao up. At this moment, not to mention Duobao, even he was moved by himself. As the eldest senior martial brother of the Celestial Sect of Wonders, he was really too perfect. It could be said that he was worried about the future of his junior martial brothers and sisters. There was no other person like him in the entire primordial world. How could one not be moved by such a scene? That's not right. At this moment, Xianqing suddenly realized that as the eldest senior martial brother of the Celestial Sect of Wonders, he was not perfect enough. Since he was the eldest senior martial brother of the Celestial Sect of Wonders, he definitely could not only care about Jie School. Chan School should also help him a little. Only then could he match his character. Therefore, he had to help the disciples of Chan School. Otherwise, it would inevitably make the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning unhappy. Thinking of this, Xianqing suddenly said to Duobao, who was beside him, Junior martial brother, is there anything else? If there's nothing else, why don't you follow me to meet the junior martial brothers of Chan School? Hearing that, Duobao could not help but frown. Unlike Xianqing, as the eldest disciple of Jie School, his relationship with the disciples of Chan School was not very good. Senior martial brother, why are you meeting them? One or two of them. They're not big, but they're quite arrogant. They didn't learn anything about Second Uncle Master's ability, but they learned his temper completely. They looked down on this and that all day long. They're very arrogant. In the end, senior martial brother, look, didn't they provoke someone they can't afford to offend? Not only were they tortured to death, but they also triggered the immortal God-killing tribulation and implicated all the disciples of the heaven immortal Tao. Why are you meeting such people? You're making yourself angry for nothing. Speaking of the disciples of Chan school, Duobao was full of anger and complained to Shen Qing. Junior martial brother, calm down. No matter how many mistakes they have, they're still our junior martial brothers. We can't treat them as enemies. As for why senior martial brother wants to see them, it's naturally to save them. The immortal God-killing tribulation has descended. The disciples of Jie school are not the only ones who have entered the tribulation. There's also the disciple of Chan school. Poor Wei, as a senior martial brother, since he has already arranged a way out for Jie school, he can't be biased. He has to make plans for the disciples of Chan school. Shaking his head, Shen Qing said, "What? Senior martial brother wants to plan for the disciples of Chan school?" As soon as Shen Qing finished speaking, Duobao exclaimed in disbelief. Even his tone changed as if he had been greatly shocked. "That's right." Shen Qing nodded and said affirmatively. Then, he used his divine ability and summoned the disciples of Chan school to see him. As the eldest senior martial brother of the Shen sect, Shen Qing naturally had the means to contact all the disciples of the Shen sect. That was the privilege given to him by the Tao ancestor. This, Duobao frowned and was about to say something, but before he could speak, Shen Qing glared at him fiercely. Seeing this, even if Duobao was dissatisfied, he did not dare to say anything. In just a few days, the disciples of Chan school came together and rushed to Penglai Immortal Island. Shen Qing personally went out of the island to welcome them. When Duobao saw that, he naturally followed closely behind. However, as soon as they saw the people of Chan school, Shen Qing and Duobao frowned. There was no other reason. The disciples of Chan school were not all here. 2 of them were not here. One of the 12 golden immortals of Chan school was missing. The great Taoist master Numinous Treasure did not come. The unnamed disciples of the heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning were also missing 1 person. The old man of the South Pole did not come. Seeing this, the faces of the 2 people who had rushed over excitedly darkened. If not for Shen Qing holding him back, Duobao would have scolded him. "Greetings, eldest senior brother." "Greetings, senior brother Duobao." The disciples of Chan school were also a little embarrassed. After greeting the 2 of them, they did not say anything else. Why aren't the great Taoist master Lingbao and the old man of the South Pole here? Shen Qing asked Guang Qingzi with a dark face. He was angry, but he did not even call him junior martial brother. He directly called him by his name. "Ah, this eldest senior martial brother. The 2 junior martial brothers are seriously injured and can't go far. Please forgive us." Guang Qingzi was still thinking about his junior martial brother, so he spoke up for them. However, before he could finish, he was stared at by Shen Qing's cold gaze and could not continue. In the poor Wei's opinion, they just don't want to come. They don't take senior martial brother seriously at all. What serious injuries? How can they be injured on Mount Kunlun? At the side, Duobao shouted with a displeased expression. Hearing that, Shen Qing's gaze became even colder, causing Guang Qingzi to break out in cold sweat. "Guang Qingzi, tell me the truth. Why didn't they come? Don't lie to me. You should know what I'm capable of." Senior martial brother's pre-celestial divination was taught by senior martial uncle. Staring at Guang Qingzi, Shen Qing asked word by word. Under Shen Qing's gaze, Guang Qingzi felt a lot of pressure. He did not know how to answer. He could not tell the truth. The great Taoist master Numinous Treasure had always hated Shen Qing because he was punished by the heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning back then. Therefore, he found an excuse not to come when Shen Qing summoned him. As for the old man of the South Pole, after his identity as the Khanate Star God was abolished, he was a little depressed and could not raise his spirits about anything. Therefore, he did not come. The old man of the South Pole was fine, but the great Taoist master Numinous Treasure was a little troublesome. If he told the truth, would Xian Qing let him go? Junior Marshal Brother South Pole's Dao Heart was injured and has been in seclusion. As for Junior Marshal Brother Numinous Treasure, he is... At this point, Guang Chengzi could not continue. However, even if he did not say it, Xian Qing had calculated the reason why the great Taoist Master Numinous Treasure did not come. Humph! What a great Taoist Master Numinous Treasure! Poor Wei did not care about his disrespect to me. Instead, he hated poor Wei. Such a narrow-minded person will have to go to the investiture of the gods. Furious, Xian Qing wanted to kill him and send the great Taoist Master Numinous Treasure to the investiture of the gods. After all, he was the former celestial emperor. The moment Xian Qing killed him, the heavenly Tao sensed it. One could see that the name of the great Taoist Master Numinous Treasure faintly appeared on the investiture of the gods. Xian Qing's words determined the fate of the great Taoist Master Numinous Treasure. However, it was true that no one knew about this because Feng Zichen, Hao Tian, and Lei Zhe had joined forces to set up layers of seals on the god rank roll, and it completely eliminated the possibility of others spying on it. Even the saints could not. After that, Xian Qing flicked his sleeves and returned to the main hall. Although everyone was shocked, they only thought that Xian Qing said it out of anger and did not take it to heart. Seeing Xian Qing leave, they immediately followed. The human emperor needs a group of blacksmiths to refine a large number of spaceships for him to carry mortals to travel in the Void Passage. This is also a matter of merit. If it is done, you can share some merit to protect yourself in the killing tribulation. In that case, are you willing to go? In the hall, Xian Qing suppressed the anger in his heart and said to the disciples of the Chan sect, "The primeval Lord of Heaven was good at blacksmithing, and so were his disciples. All of them were blacksmithing masters, especially Yun Zhongzi. If it were not for Feng Zichen, the title of the number 1 forger in the primordial world would have fallen on his head. The spaceships refined by the disciples of the Chan sect would definitely meet all of Feng Zichen's requirements. Building a teleportation system for the human race was a merit. Refining a spaceship that matched it was also a merit. And this was the merit that Xian Qing prepared for the disciples of the Chan sect. It was the most appropriate thing to leave the task of refining the spaceship to the disciples of the Chan sect. It just so happened that it could complement the disciples of the Jie sect. The two sects each had their own duties. The Jie sect specialized in setting up teleportation arrays, and the disciples of the Chan sect specialized in refining spaceships. They did not interfere with each other, and they could obtain merit. In this way, Xian Qing also seemed to be impartial. Could be said that it was the best of both worlds. To be honest, Xian Qing's plan was really perfect. If he really succeeded, not only would he help Feng Zichen solve the problem, but also the 3 pure ones would not be able to find fault with him. Because what Xian Qing did was for the future of the disciples of the 2 sections. It really made the 3 pure ones unable to find a place to vent their anger. As the senior brother, he cherished his junior brother so much. It's fine if you don't reward him, but you still want to punish him. What kind of logic is that? After Xian Qing finished speaking, the disciples of the Chan sect could not help but hesitate. It would be a lie to say that they were not tempted. After all, merit was the biggest life-saving talisman for them now. But if they accepted it, it would be difficult to explain to their master. You don't have to worry about second Uncle Master's attitude. Since senior brother mentioned this matter, he will naturally bear all the consequences. Seeing that they were hesitating, Xian Qing knew what they were thinking, so he vouched for them. Xian Qing had already said so, but the disciples of the Chan sect still did not make up their minds. The influence of Heavenly Lord Yuanshi on them was still too great. Think about it carefully. If you are willing to take this merit, go to the ancestral land of the human race within 100 years. If you are not willing, pretend that senior brother did not mention this matter. Okay, you can go back. With that, Xian Qing waved his hand and asked them to leave. They could slowly make a decision after going back. Xian Qing was not surprised by their attitude. To be more precise, everything was under his control. If the disciples of the Chan sect listened to him like the disciples of the Jie sect, the three pure ones would not be separated. Xian Qing was sure that even if he told the disciples of the Chan sect how to obtain merit, there would not be more than half of them who would go to the ancestral land of the human race. The disciples of the Chan sect had a different way of thinking from others. It was difficult for outsiders to understand. Only they could guess it. Xian Qing could only guess roughly. At this time, there was a problem. Xian Qing knew that he could not persuade the disciples of the Chan sect. So why did he do something useless? The answer was naturally that he was putting on a show. He was putting on a show for the three pure ones to play the role of a responsible senior brother. Moreover, he had worked hard to plan for the disciples of the Chan sect. Heavenly Lord Yuanshi naturally had to accept his kindness. As for whether the disciples of the Chan sect would accept his kindness, that was another matter. Chapter 735. In the ancestral land of the human race, after Feng Zichen sent away the disciples of Jie school, he welcomed the disciples of Chan school. Just as Xian Qing had expected, not all the disciples of Chan school had arrived. Only 3 people came: Yun Zhongzi, perfected Huanglong, and perfected Lord Qingshu. Yun Zhongzi had attained the Tao in the Khanate White Cloud. He was a born perfected immortal. However, he became a disciple a little late. He entered after the 12 golden immortals. Therefore, although he was favored by the heavenly Lord of primordial beginning, he was only accepted as an in-name disciple. Since he was an in-name disciple, he had much more freedom. He did not have to worry about the heavenly Lord of primordial beginning like the 12 golden immortals of Chan school. Perfected Huanglong was from the dragon race. With Feng Zichen's identity as the grandson-in-law of the ancestral dragon, how could perfected Huanglong not come after hearing that he needed help? Feng Zichen did not expect the 2 of them to come. However, the arrival of perfected Lord Qingshu surprised him. To be honest, Feng Zichen had always suspected that perfected Lord Qingshu was the incarnation of the Grand Pure One. Look, even their names are so similar. Unfortunately, Feng Zichen could not find any evidence. However, it did not matter. Regardless of whether perfected Lord Qingshu was the incarnation of the Grand Pure One, it was not an important matter to Feng Zichen. At that moment, the most important thing was that they could help Feng Zichen. The refining techniques of the disciples of Chan school were unique in the primordial world, especially Yun Zhongzi, who had obtained the true teachings of the heavenly Lord of primordial beginning. With them around, the human spacecraft would definitely set sail successfully. After arranging the construction of the teleportation system and the specific matters of refining the spacecraft to the disciples of Jie school and Chan school, Feng Zichen did not care anymore. If they did not do these things well, they would ruin the reputation of the heavenly Lord of primordial beginning and the Grandmaster of Heaven. Therefore, Feng Zichen was not worried that they would deal with the matter. He could use them boldly. For the sake of saving face for primeval Lord of Heaven and Tong Tian, the disciples of both sects would try their best to complete the mission. There was no need for them to play tricks on such matters. Compared to tricking Feng Zichen, it was obvious that the dignity of the saints was more important. Tricking Feng Zichen would only delay him for some time at most. However, the price that the 2 sects had to pay was the reputation of Chan school and Jie school. This transaction was not worth it at all. The dignity of the saint and the reputation of the 3 sects were far more valuable than he had imagined. Saints were immortal and indestructible. What they cared about the most was their face. If you dared to embarrass them, they would dare to make you wish you were dead. Thinking about Di Juntai because he looked down on Taoist Kundi, he ruthlessly humiliated him. In the end, he held a grudge in his heart and used the matter of the 10 golden crows to plot against him to death. From this, it could be seen how much importance the saint attached to his skin. Pass down my order. Gather all the Daluo Taoist priests of the human race and come to the human emperor's palace for a discussion. On this day, Feng Zichen's order suddenly came from the human emperor's palace, which had been peaceful for a long time. He wanted to gather all the Daluo Taoist priests of the human race. For a moment, the entire primordial world was alarmed. All the experts looked at the ancestral land of the human race and paid attention to the human emperor's movements. What was the human emperor doing? Ever since he entered the ancestral land of the human race, he had been living in seclusion and did not do anything. But now, he suddenly summoned all the Daluo Taoist priests of the human race to the human emperor's palace to see him. What was he doing? Was he going to sweep through the 10,000 races? Or was he going to start a war with the saints? Everyone could not help but look forward to the human emperor's next move. But what happened next made everyone a little dumbfounded. They did not have the mood to watch the show at all. Especially those who had a bad relationship with the human race, they were even more terrified. Because the human emperor gave an order. Everywhere in the primordial world, whether it was the heaven realm, the netherworld realm, or the human realm, there were boundless winds and clouds rolling. The great Tao rumbled and swept through the entire sky. That was the strange phenomenon of the Daluo Taoist priests traveling. One could see the Gochun imperial palace of the heavenly court, the land of extreme negative energy of the Yin court, the Seven Stars prefecture of the East Sea, the Four Extremes, and the various famous mountains and rivers in the primordial world. There were Daluo Taoist priests of the human race who walked out and rushed to the ancestral land of the human race in response to the human emperor's order. If one counted carefully, there were no less than 500 Daluo Taoist priests rushing to the ancestral land of the human race. Hiss! Seeing this scene, the mighty figures of the primordial world all gasped in their hearts. Was this the foundation of the human race? It was really too strong. They already had some of the aura of the magi and demons. They were worthy of being called the main characters of the world. Even the saints were shocked when they saw this scene. They had underestimated the human race. They had actually accumulated such a powerful strength silently. 500 Daluo Taoist priests. This power could really sweep through the entire primordial world. Regardless of whether it was the Jie school, which was known as the #1 sect in the primordial world, or the Western sect, which occupied the Western land, they could not compete with it. With the four sects combined, not to mention 500 Daluo Taoist priests, they might not even be able to gather 500 Daluo Jingxian. The gap between them was obvious at a glance. The gap between heaven and earth was nothing more than that. On this day, the 500 Khanate Taoist priests of the human race entered the ancestral land together, shocking the entire primordial world. This should be the first time the human race showed their sharpness to the primordial world. The effect was very pleasant. The tens of thousands of races were frightened. The great divine abilities changed expressions, and the saints frowned. They were all afraid of the power of the human race. At this moment, everyone understood that the human race was not a role that could be controlled by them. If they wanted to move the human race, they had to consider whether they had the ability to resist the joint attack of 500 Khanate Taoist priests. What is the human emperor doing? Why did he gather so many Daluo Taoist priests? Is he going to fight to the death with the saints? At this moment, the people who were watching the show finally panicked. The combined power of the ancestral land of the human race was enough to destroy the primordial world. If they fought with the saints again, it would be another decisive battle between the liches and demons. At that time, the primordial world would be destroyed. All the living beings in the world would not be able to stay out of it. They would all be affected. Bad things did not happen to them. Of course, they were willing to watch the show. However, once bad things happened to them, they would be more flustered than anyone else. They were so terrified that most of them looked at the ancestral land of the human race, waiting for the next step of the human emperor's plan. If the human emperor really wanted to fight with the saints, they would have to make plans early. The best choice was to seek refuge with a powerful person. Under the great tribulation of heaven and earth, even the Daluo Taoist priests were in danger of dying. Only the powerful people could protect themselves. Everyone was looking forward to the next step of Feng Zichen's plan. However, they did not expect that after he called the Daluo Taoist priests to the ancestral land of the human race, there was no movement. The ancestral land of the human race fell into silence. However, the more it was like this, the more flustered everyone was. Calm was often a sign of the coming storm. The calmer it was now, the more terrifying the storm that would come later would be. The human emperor must be doing something big. Everyone thought so. Just as everyone was worried and afraid, in another part of the primordial world, in the Jade Palace of Kunlun Mountain, a conversation about the human race was going on. 500 Daluo Taoist priests. The early stage of the demon race is just like this. The human race has hidden so well. If they were not exposed at this time, even the poor Wei would not know that there are 500 Daluo Taoist priests in the human race. After taking a deep look in the direction of the ancestral land of the human race, the heavenly lord of the origin still said in disbelief. 500 Daluo Taoist priests was really beyond his expectations. The number of Taoist priests in the human race is indeed beyond expectations. The poor Wei also calculated that although there are many Daluo Taoist priests in the human race, there should not be more than 300 of them. But now, 500 Daluo Taoist priests in the human race have appeared, which is more than 200 more than the poor Wei expected. This, sigh, it seems that we have underestimated fellow Taoist Gauchen. He must have some means to hide from our senses so that we can't detect the breakthrough of the human Taoist priests. After the heavenly lord of the origin finished speaking, the Grand Pure One said, as the most proficient schemer among the saints, he had been secretly paying attention to the human race. Every time a Daluo Taoist priest was born in the human race, he would secretly remember it. However, even so, he still missed more than 200 of them. Obviously, the Grand Pure One's methods were not as brilliant as Feng Zichen's. Otherwise, such a situation would not have happened. Fortunately, after the battle between the Magi demon race, the environment of the world degenerated from the Khanate era to the postnatal era, making it harder and harder to attain the Tao. If not for that, the number of Daluo Taoist priests in the human race would have doubled. At this moment, Taoist Kundi suddenly said with a look of fear. That was because he thought of a possibility. The environment of the world was already so bad, but the human race could still give birth to so many Daluo Taoist priests. What if the world did not change? What would happen to the human race? They would probably be as powerful as the Magi demon race. As soon as he said that, everyone immediately fell silent as they thought of that possibility. Moreover, who can guarantee that these 500 Daluo Taoist priests are all the Taoist priests in the human race? The Gauchen is good at scheming. Why would he expose all his trump cards in front of the world? After a moment of silence, Saint Jiayin said leisurely. Hearing that, everyone's heart skipped a beat. That's right, the Gauchen was such a smart person. Why would he expose his trump cards when the situation was unclear? There must be other Daluo Taoist priests in the human race hiding in the dark. Thinking of that, everyone was even more determined to suppress the human race. The human race had become a big problem. If they did not suppress them, they would probably become another Magi demon race. Why do you think the human emperor would summon the Daluo Taoist priests to the human race's ancestral land with such great fanfare? Wouldn't it be better to summon them secretly? Is he provoking us by doing this? As if he had thought of a possibility, the Grand Master of Heaven said. He could not help but think so. It was obviously more appropriate to summon the Daluo Taoist priests in secret. However, Feng Zichen wanted to do the opposite. He summoned everyone to the human race's ancestral land with great fanfare and made everyone know about it. This move, it was quite a show of force to the saint. Just as the saint decided to suppress him, Feng Zichen pulled out hundreds of Daluo Taoist priests. His intention was very clear. He wanted to go against the sage. What's the big deal? Not to mention provocation, even if he really attacked, it's not like he wouldn't dare. Hearing the Grand Master of Heaven's guess, Taoist Kundi said indifferently, in this world, was there anything that Gauchen did not dare to do? Just provocation was already giving the saint a lot of face. If it was in the past, he would have directly attacked. In the untainted land, Feng Zichen was the only one who dared to attack a sage without a word. Even Di Jun and Di Jiang were not so arrogant. That's true. The Grand Master of Heaven thought about it and agreed. Emperor Gauchen was famous for being arrogant. Before he attained the Tao, he dared to fight with Tai. After he attained the Tao, he had repeatedly clashed with the saint and did not suffer much. It could even be said that he had taken advantage of him. Rumble. Just as the five saints were discussing Feng Zichen, a huge fluctuation suddenly came from heaven and earth. The saints felt something and looked up at the sky. They saw the Shenhuang merit chi gathering in the sky and descending toward the human race. Seeing this, the five saints were stunned at first, but they immediately understood what had happened. Feng Zichen's plan had succeeded. The disciples of the Chan school and the Jie school had completed the construction of the human race's teleportation system and officially put it into operation. For this, heaven and earth had specially given merit to reward the disciples of the two schools. Good job, Xian Qing. Taoist Grandmaster of Heaven really taught a good disciple. After being stunned for a moment, Taoist Kundi shouted at the Grandmaster of Heaven with a face full of anger. The saints knew everything in the world with just a thought. Xian Qing's plan could not be hidden from their senses. Of course, this also had something to do with Xian Qing not hiding it at all. Xian Qing thought that he had done this matter openly and with a clear conscience. Since that was the case, why did he hide it? There was nothing that could not be told. Ah, cough, cough. Taoist Kundi is right. Xian Qing's actions are indeed a little too much. When we return to Golden Ao Island on behalf of the poor Wei, we will definitely punish him severely. To be honest, after learning about Xian Qing's plan, the Grandmaster of Heaven's first reaction was not anger, but joy. Look, he almost laughed out loud just now. Xian Qing's plan could be said to have solved one of the Grandmaster of Heaven's worries. Ever since he returned from the Purple Cloud Palace, he had been worried. The Grandmaster of Heaven knew what his disciples were like. Therefore, he also knew that some disciples were destined to be on the God roll, and some would die in the tribulation. The Grandmaster of Heaven had already planned to give up on these disciples. But his outstanding disciples, such as the three direct disciples, the three Shao immortals, Zhao Gongming, and the like, should not be on the roll. Therefore, the Grandmaster of Heaven had been thinking of ways to protect them. But he did not expect that before he could think of a way. Xian Qing had already solved it for him. How could the Grandmaster of Heaven not be happy? It was just that he did not want to laugh out loud because of the occasion. He had to pretend to be angry for everyone to see. You? Seeing that the Grandmaster of Heaven almost laughed out loud, Taoist Kundi was undoubtedly even angrier. P.S. There's one more update, but it's very late, so go to sleep. You can read it tomorrow. Chapter 736. What was Xian Qing trying to do? They were thinking of ways to deal with the North Star, but not only did Xian Qing not want to help, he even stabbed them in the back. Now, the North Star had completed this matter of great merit with the help of the disciples of the two sections. It was undoubtedly one step closer to achieving the Tao fruit of the human emperor and became more difficult to deal with. Xian Qing was stabbing them in the back this time. Originally, when they were dealing with the North Star, they did not know where to start. Now that Xian Qing did this, it undoubtedly made it more difficult for them to deal with the North Star. That was unbearable. All right, Taoist Kundi, don't say any more. Poor Wei and the others will teach Xian Qing a lesson after this matter is over. At that moment, the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning said unhappily. He was very angry, very angry. Of course, he was not angry at Xian Qing, but his disciples. The Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning was very satisfied with Xian Qing. Looking at his performance in this matter, no one could find any fault with it. He was impartial between the Jie sect and the Chan sect. That made the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning very satisfied. There was no difference between sects in his heart and only the disciples of the Shen sect in his eyes. That was the demeanor of the eldest senior brother of the Shen sect. The more satisfied he was with Xian Qing, the more dissatisfied the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning was with his disciples. What people were most afraid of was comparison. Compared to Xian Qing, the disciples of the Chan sect could not stand it at all. Look, Xian Qing had taken the initiative to send merit to them, but the disciples of the Chan sect did not want it. Are they stupid? The moment he knew that the disciples of the Chan sect had chosen, the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning really wanted to call his disciples over and ask them loudly, "Are you stupid? Why don't you go to heaven if you don't want merit that is sent to you? But he could not. He cared about his reputation. Even if his disciples were in the wrong, he could not reprimand them in front of everyone. Let's not talk about this anymore. Even if Xian Qing does not let his disciples do it, the human emperor will find someone else to do it. It will not affect his plan. So, it's meaningless to talk about Xian Qing's merits now. It's better to think about how to deal with the North Star. Seeing that the Taoist Kundi still wanted to say something, the heavenly lord of primordial beginnings words. In his opinion, what Xian Qing did this time was not wrong. Instead, it was meritorious. When he saw that things were not going well, he immediately changed his attitude and went with the flow, thinking that he was seeking the greatest benefit. That was very in line with the way the Grand Pure One dealt with the world. The success of the North Star plan was inevitable. Seeing that he couldn't stop them, Xian Qing decided to join in and seek benefits for his side. This was obviously the way of a smart person. It was also the most practical method. The Grand Pure One was the most practical person among the saints. He always looked at the results, not the process. As long as the result was beneficial to him, the process did not matter at all. Taoist Kundi was not an iron-headed person. Since the three Pure Ones had said so, he naturally would not pursue the matter. 500 Daluo Taoist priests. This force is beyond our control. If we want to deal with the human race, we can only rely on external forces. In order to prevent Taoist Zhuan from being surrounded by the three Pure Ones, Saint Jia-yin hurriedly changed the topic. External force? Could it be demon race? Hearing Saint Jia-yin's words, the Grand Pure One seemed to have understood something and looked at him inexplicably. This fellow was a little black-hearted. He actually thought of using the demons to deal with the human race. There were not many external forces that could threaten the human race in the entire primordial world. It was not difficult for the Grand Pure One to guess. Apart from the three Khanate races, there were only the Magi and demon races. The three Khanate races and the Magi were allies of the human race. They would definitely not attack the human race. That left only the Yao race. Speaking of the demons, the North Sea demons and the 10 demon gods of the ancient heavenly courts could produce about 100 Daluo Taoist priests. This force was indeed very suitable to restrain the human race. The Grandmaster of Heaven and the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning could naturally think of what the Grand Pure One could think of. They looked at Saint Jia-yin with strange gazes as if they were meeting him for the first time. This Saint Jia-yin was quite something. He did not expect that under his compassionate appearance, he was also hiding a bellyful of evil tricks. One could not judge a book by its cover. Using the demons to deal with the humans was not just bad. It was so bad that smoke was coming out of it. No matter who won or lost, it was a good thing for the saints. It would be even better if both sides suffered heavy losses. Be it the demons or the humans, they were all targets that the saints wanted to suppress. That was because they could shake the ruling position of the saints. While the saints were thinking this, what Saint Jia-yin said next gave them a huge shock. Yes and no. Saint Jia-yin shook his head and said, "The demons that the poor Wei mentioned are the demon gods that have fallen into a long slumber." What? Fellow Taoist Jia-yin, are you crazy? You actually want to revive those demon gods that have long fallen? Hearing that, everyone could not help but stand up in shock. The ancient demons were much stronger than the current humans. If they were revived, they could fight against the humans. However, if they were not careful, perhaps they would not only deal with the humans but also them. The ancient demon clan was so powerful that even the saints had to retreat. It was not something that the current human clan could compare with. Although the current humans were strong, they were only valued by the saints and did not make them have the thought of retreating. However, the ancient demons could. From the attitude of the saints, it could be seen that there was still a big gap between the humans and the ancient demons. Only by making the saints fear the humans could the humans be on par with the ancient demons and then surpass them. Fellow Taoists, don't be agitated. The poor Wei is just saying. She doesn't really intend to put it into action. This is the last resort. Unless it's a last resort, it must not be used. Seeing that everyone was so agitated, Saint Jia hurriedly explained, "It's good that you know the severity of the matter." Hearing that, everyone heaved a sigh of relief and sat down again. It was no wonder that they were so nervous. The ancient demons had touched on the taboo in the hearts of the saints, Dijun and Tai. A revived ancient demon god was not terrifying, nor was it worthy of the saints' fear. Even if all the fallen ancient demon gods were revived, it would be the same. The strength of the saints was not something that mere ancient demon gods could shake. What really made the saints fear were the two people that they could not forget, Dijun and Tai. No, to be more precise, it should be Tai, the existence that had once been invincible in the primordial world. Tai's strength was recognized by the primordial world. Even the three pure ones had been defeated by him in a one-on-one battle. His strength could not be measured by common sense. He was not a saint, but he was better than one. It was because they were afraid of Tai that the saints were unwilling to revive the ancient demon gods. If the ancient demon gods were to revive, the first thing they would do would not be to attack the human race or the witch race. Instead, they would think of a way to revive Tai and Dijun. Therefore, the saints would never allow the ancient demon gods to revive. In fact, not to mention the fallen ancient demon gods, even the 10 great demon gods who were still alive were under constant surveillance by the sages. Their purpose was naturally to prevent these demon gods from secretly reviving Dijun and Tai. To this day, there was still no news of Dijun and Tai in the primordial world. This was the work of the saints. In an unknown corner of the primordial world, the saints had set up countless methods to prevent the return of Tai and Dijun. If it were not for the witch race still having goddess Hutu, the saints would also interfere with their return, even if it were the 11 ancestral wizards. The ancestral Magi Palace could stand in the primordial world for so many years not because the saints could not see it, nor because they had the merit of suppressing the primordial world. Instead, it was because goddess Hutu was behind them. If it were not for this, the saints would have destroyed the ancestral Magi Palace long ago. Dijun and Tai were at a disadvantage because the demon race did not have a powerful figure like goddess Hutu. As a result, after they died, they were targeted in all kinds of ways, making it difficult for them to return. The ancient demon gods can be used as trump cards. We won't use them for the time being. However, the current North Sea demon race and the 10 great demon gods can be used. Also, the human race has dominated the primordial world for so many years. Many races are dissatisfied with them and want to replace them. And these races that are dissatisfied with the human race are also targets that we can use. With their strength, although they can't touch the foundation of the jade human race, they can create some chaos for the human race. The more chaotic the human race is, the greater our chances and the lower our chances of success. With the discussion of the 5 saints, a complete plan against the human race was sorted out by them. Then it was time to implement it. Just as the saints were discussing how to deal with the human race, the ancestral land of the human race was bustling. From afar, one could see that in the sky above the ancestral land of the human race, endless wind and clouds were gathering, constantly surging and surging. There were also huge waves of connate Taoist rhymes rushing up from the ancestral land, colliding and intertwining in the air, deducing all kinds of mysteries of the great Tao. This was the aura that the human Taoist priests naturally emitted. Every Daluo Jinxian could be said to be the incarnation of their corresponding great Tao. Naturally, their bodies carried the aura of the great Tao. And when 500 Daluo Taoist priests gathered together, the aura of the great Tao on their bodies overlapped, creating a strange phenomenon. At this moment, the human race's ancestral land seemed to have turned into a supreme Tao domain. Inside, thousands of Taos intertwined, the connate Taoist rhymes filled the air, and endless luck gathered. How could it not be a Tao domain? 500 incarnations of the great Tao gathered together. The Taoist rhymes on their bodies could turn a mortal land into a sacred land, not to mention the extraordinary ancestral land of the human race. It was not an exaggeration to say that it was a Tao domain. At this moment, the cultivators in the human race's ancestral land were very lucky. Cultivating here was more than 100 times faster than cultivating in the outside world, especially the cultivators who cultivated the Khanate Dao. Cultivating here was as if they had returned to the ancient Khanate era. Not only did they get twice the results with half the effort, but they also had a deeper understanding of the Khanate Dao. At this moment, what were Feng Zichen and the Daluo Taoist priests of the human race doing? Could it be that they were discussing how to deal with the saint as everyone thought? Of course not. Feng Zichen was discussing the Dao with them. 500 Daluo Taoist priests were indeed a very powerful force, but in front of the saints it was completely not enough. Unless each of them had a supreme-grade Khanate spiritual treasure, the 500 human Taoist priests would not be able to defeat the saints with one hand. In that case, why would Feng Zichen send them to their deaths? It should be known that the 500 Daluo Taoist priests could be said to be more than 70% of the power of the human race in the untainted land. They could not be lost. At present, the number of Taoist priests of the human race was definitely more than 500. Just as the saints thought, Feng Zichen could not expose all the resources of the human race, so he had to leave something behind. Therefore, Feng Zichen deliberately hid some Daluo Taoist priests. In fact, there should be about 600 Daluo Taoist priests of the human race. 500 of them were in front of Feng Zichen, while the other 100 were hidden by him. They were hidden in the boundless starry sky. In this era, it was not easy to cultivate Daluo Taoist priests, but it was not very difficult for Feng Zichen. Because not only did he have a lot of resources, but he was also willing to spend them. Just by relying on resources, Feng Zichen could cultivate many Daluo Taoist priests. Over the years, the production of the boundless starry sky had been used by Feng Zichen on these Daluo Taoist priests. This was the reason why there were so many Daluo Taoist priests of the human race. It should be known that countless years had passed, and under the hard work of the god Pangu, the boundless starry sky had returned to its peak, and there was a trend of further improvement. However, Feng Zichen had been keeping it a secret, so no one knew about it. Back then, the demon race relied on the boundless starry sky to cultivate 3,000 Daluo demon gods. Now, Feng Zichen controlled the boundless starry sky that was stronger than before. Even if he did not control it for as long as the demon race leader, it was not too much to cultivate more than 100 Daluo Taoist priests for the human race at all costs, right? It could be said that nearly 1/3 of the 600 Daluo Taoist priests of the human race came from the boundless starry sky, and the other 1/3 more or less received help from the boundless starry sky. Only 1/3 of the Daluo Taoist priests were cultivated by the human race. From this point of view, it was not too much to say that Feng Zichen had raised half of the human race alone. Feng Zichen had paid a price for cultivating so many Daluo Taoist priests. For this reason, the overall improvement of the boundless starry sky had been delayed for a period of time. In other words, in order to cultivate these Daluo Taoist priests, Feng Zichen did not hesitate to delay the incubation of the innate star gods, innate spiritual treasures, and innate cardinal treasures in the Zhousing. The loss was almost equivalent to half of an innate cardinal treasure, and it was enough to make Feng Zichen feel heartache for a long time. However, the result was still gratifying, and his efforts were not in vain. The human race had hundreds more Daluo Taoist priests, and they really had the capital to dominate the Eldritch Wilderness. And these 600 Daluo Taoist priests were only the Taoist priests of the Eldritch Wilderness. P.S. When I say late, I usually mean 3 in the morning. Chapter 737. Outside the primordial world, in the realm C, there were still 400 Daluo Taoist priests of the human clan. These were all direct descendants of Feng Zichen, the foundation of the path of gods and demons, and the greatest trump card of the human clan. In total, there were more than 1,000 Daluo Taoist priests of the human clan. Although this force was still incomparable to the shaman and demon clan at their peak, it was definitely enough to contend with them. The human clan had already risen, but this was not enough. Although the human clan was becoming stronger, the saints were not standing still. They were also becoming stronger. If the saints had just attained the Tao with the current strength of the human clan, they might not be afraid of the saints. But now it was obviously not possible. because the current saints were much stronger than the saints of that time. If the human clan did not want to be afraid of the saints and get rid of their control, they had to continue to become stronger. Become stronger. Become stronger. Become stronger again. Feng Zichen gathered these Khanate Taoist priests of the human clan. His purpose was not to fight the saints as everyone thought, but to increase the strength of the human clan. As for why all living beings would think so, it could only be said that they were scaring themselves. Becoming stronger was not something that could be done overnight, but a gradual process. In ancient times, the human clan had the 5 elements Tao scripture, which was used as a foundation to increase the strength of the human clan. But the human clan at that time was much stronger than the human clan now. Moreover, the 5 elements Tao scripture was a foundation cultivation method that matched the path of gods and demons. Now, it was still a little outdated. For this reason, Feng Zichen specially called these Daluo Taoist priests over. He wanted to combine everyone's wisdom to deduce a new cultivation method that was suitable for the entire human clan to cultivate and popularize it among the human clan. He wanted to use this cultivation method to spread martial arts throughout the world and popularize martial arts among the human clan. If everyone in the world was like a dragon, how could the saints dare to continue scheming against the human clan? This cultivation method could be said to carry Feng Zichen's great ambition. Everyone worked together and spent 1,000 years to create a cultivation method. It was called the World's Martial Arts Master Guide, and Feng Zichen called it the Martial Arts Code. With the martial code completed, Feng Zichen first engraved it on the heavenly steel of martial arts. Then, he used a supreme divine ability to scatter it all over the human race for the human race to browse. As soon as the martial arts codex appeared, the human race's luck shook. Although it didn't increase by much, it became more stable. Compared to the slight change in the human tribe's providence, the change in the martial path's providence was much greater. It increased by several times, overshadowing the heavenly immortal Tao in one fell swoop before gradually coming to a stop. And this was only the beginning. With the popularization of martial arts in the human race, the fate of martial arts would become stronger and stronger until it was replaced by the immortal Tao of the celestial sect and became the mainstream of the untainted land. After deducing the martial arts codex, Feng Zichen did not let everyone leave. Instead, he pulled them along to deduce the human path Abhijna. What was the human Tao divine ability? It was a divine ability that was useful to the human race. God for human use. Feng Zichen wanted to integrate the divine ability into the daily lives of the common people. Cultivators could soar through the clouds and summon the wind and rain, but mortals could not. A cultivator could travel between a city and a place in a short time, but a mortal would need several days or even several months to do so. Cultivators could not eat or drink, but mortals could not. Cultivators did not need to work at sunrise and rest at sunset, but mortals had to. And what Feng Zichen wanted to do was to change this situation. He wanted to study some divine abilities to save the ordinary human race from endless labor so that they would have time to cultivate martial arts. Feng Zichen popularized martial arts, causing the human race to enter the stage of cultivation. But mortals had to run around every day for their livelihood, so how could they have time to cultivate? Therefore, Feng Zichen wanted to change this situation. The human path Abhijna was born for this. Integrating the Abhijna into the daily lives of ordinary people would help them reduce the time they had to work and have more time to cultivate. To put it bluntly, the so-called human path Abhijna was the Xianxia version of high-tech. When there was a drought, use the Abhijna to rain. When there were too many weeds in the ground, use the Abhijna to remove the weeds. When the weather was too hot, use the Abhijna to cool down. When the weather was too cold, use the Abhijna to heat up. In short, it was to use the Abhijna to control the environment, turning it from uncontrollable to controllable. It was said to be an Abhijna, but it did not have to exist in the form of an Abhijna. Naturally, it had to be as convenient as possible. Could be a talisman, a magic artifact, or an array disk. For example, a talisman that could automatically adjust the temperature. Wasn't that much more convenient than an air conditioner? Wasn't a flying boat powered by a cultivation pill more convenient than a car? Could a car fly? An array disk that could automatically drive dust was much more useful than a sweeping robot. And so on. The technology that Feng Zichen had seen in his previous life would be recreated by his extraordinary means. These were the tasks that Feng Zichen had given to the human race Daluo Taoist priests, to turn them from ideas into reality. In the ancestral land of the human race, Feng Zichen used his supreme abhijna and pulled the human race, Daluo Taoist priests, into his dream, bringing them to experience the elegance of an interstellar civilization. Everyone, you've all seen the scene in my dream, right? After waking up from the dream, Feng Zichen said to the people below, I saw it. It was very exciting. This is a civilization that is different from the immortal path system. It seems to have developed external forces to the limit, can give us a lot of inspiration. After coming back to their senses, everyone said with some unfinished words, they had really taken a good look at this journey in the dream realm. They had never thought that there would be other civilizations in the world. The optical computer, the network, the spaceship, the mecha, the genetic modification. It really gave them a refreshing feeling. It was a pity that it was just a dream. It was all illusory and did not exist. Otherwise, if they could be allowed to comprehend in that interstellar civilization for tens of thousands of years, then they might have the possibility of taking a step forward. The collision of civilizations and the impact of ideas would ignite the sparks of wisdom. And these sparks of wisdom would be the capital for everyone to take a step forward. It's good that you've seen it. Then I'm relieved. What do you think of what you saw in the dream? Was it both real and illusory? Nodding, Feng Zichen asked, Your Majesty, please forgive us. We are ignorant and can't tell whether what we saw in the dream is real or not. But from those creations, we can see that the dream world has great wisdom. Everyone thought for a moment before answering. Feng Zichen's dream world was both real and illusory. With their strength, it was indeed difficult to tell the difference between real and illusory. But this did not prevent them from studying the things in the dream. Based on their many years of cultivation experience, it was indeed a civilization that was different from the immortal path system. It did not seem to belong to the primitive world. Perhaps, everything in the dream before did not exist. But at this moment, since it can be seen by you, then it is real. The charm of cultivation lies in this, turning the illusory into reality, refining the false into the real, and turning the impossible into the possible. After listening to everyone's answer, Feng Zichen said slowly, but he was guiding them on the true meaning of cultivation. There was nothing that cultivation could not do. If there was, it meant that you were not strong enough. Refining the false into the real was to turn all the illusory into reality. Even if it was just a dream, it could be turned into reality. Thank you, Your Majesty, for your guidance. Hearing this, everyone bowed. It's fine. I have a request for guiding you. Since you have seen everything in the dream, you should know how important it is to the human race. So, I want you to use the immortal path to refine it for the human race to use. So, can you do it? Waving his hand, Feng Zichen asked. We will not disappoint Your Majesty. Everyone stood up and promised Feng Zichen. After all, they were Daluo Taoist priests. It was not difficult for them to refine what they saw. Feng Zichen's request was not difficult for them. Since you are confident, I will not say anything else. I just hope that you can understand that the future of the human race lies in your hands. After saying that, Feng Zichen's figure disappeared in front of everyone. The mission had been given, so there was no need for him to stay here. After all, he was the human emperor. There were many things to do. After leaving everyone, Feng Zichen returned to the human emperor's palace and summoned the disciples of the Jie school and the Chan school. His purpose was to thank them for their contributions to the human race. Secondly, he had a new mission to give them. That was to build a city for the human race. That's right, it was to build a city. Build a huge city during the ancient human race. In ancient times, Feng Zichen led the human race to build many huge cities in the primordial world to resist the invasion of foreign races. The huge city of the human race was connected to the stars and the dragon vein. It gathered the power of the two to nurture the dragon chi and resist foreign enemies. It was really mysterious. Unfortunately, after the ancient war, the human race was no match for the power of the demon race and was forced to fall into depravity. The huge city that was built previously was also destroyed in the hands of the demon race. It became a great regret of the human race. If those huge cities were still around, the human race's current strength would probably be stronger. Now, Feng Zichen had regained control of the human race. Naturally, he had plans to build a huge city. No, it should be called a divine city. That was because the conditions to build a huge city were much better than in ancient times. In ancient times, to build a huge city, one had to first explore the terrain and find the location of the dragon vein. But now, there was no need for that. There were 365 universe divine palaces in the human territory. And these heavenly cycle temples were the best coordinates. If the human race wanted to build a huge city, there was no need to explore the terrain and search for the dragon vein. They could just use these heavenly cycle temples as the center and build a huge city. They were all on the nodes of the earth vein. Every one of them was a unique land of creation. The starlight of the heavenly cycle temples hung up and drew in endless stellar power. The huge city built here could no longer be called a huge city. It should be called a divine city. As for why the disciples of Chan School and Jie School were allowed to build divine cities for the human race, other than to rope them in, it was more because they were more familiar with the huge cities of the ancient human race. Back then, when Feng Zichen built the huge city for the human race, he had completely refined it as a Dharma treasure. This move could be said to be the peak of the knowledge of the primordial world cultivators. It turned out that Dharma treasures could be refined in this way. This groundbreaking move attracted many people to come and observe the huge city of the human race to understand its structure and refining methods. The disciples of Chan School and Jie School were among them. Therefore, after the ancient human race fell, the disciples of the two sects became the people who knew the huge city of the human race the best. In the entire human race, there were not many people who knew the huge city of the human race better than them. Most of the people who knew more than them were dead, and a small number were in the realm C. For this reason, the disciples of the two sects became Feng Zichen's best choice. He was not afraid that the disciples of the two sects would reject him. That was because when the human race fell and the demons destroyed the traces of the human race, the disciples of the two sects had secretly taken away a few huge cities of the human race for collection. What was karma? This was it. With this karma, Feng Zichen was not afraid that the disciples of the two sects would reject him. Who asked them to be greedy back then? At the right time, the human race became the main characters of the world. The geographical advantage was 365 heavenly cycle temples. The people and the disciples of the two sections. According to this, it was the best opportunity for Feng Zichen to build a divine city. He had no reason to refuse. Under the threat of karma, the disciples of the two sects finally agreed to build a divine city for the human race. However, the human race still had to be responsible for the materials needed to build the city. In this regard, Feng Zichen had no objection. This was what he should do. With the current foundation of the human race, it was more than enough to take out the materials needed to build a divine city. It was an exaggeration to say that it was a drizzle, but it was not to the extent of hurting the muscles and bones. After all, the human race had not developed in vain all these years. They had accumulated some foundation. Now, what Feng Zichen wanted to do was to convert the foundation of the human race into strength. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, 1,000 years had passed. After 1,000 years of preparation, the project of building a divine city was finally put on the agenda by the disciples of the two sects and began to take action. 1,000 years was enough for martial arts manuals to spread among the human race, causing many changes to the human race. After all, in this world, practicing martial arts could really change one's fate. For this reason, many people yearned for martial arts. Now that there was a better introductory cultivation method, everyone naturally practiced it enthusiastically. For a time, there was a craze for practicing martial arts in the human race. More and more people practiced martial arts. The prosperity of martial arts naturally affected the other orthodoxies. The path of gods and demons and the path of immortals all showed signs of weakening. The path of immortals was fine. Its foundation was deep. Even if it weakened, it would not shake its foundation. However, the path of gods and demons was not good. It had been abandoned by the times and was about to become a legend. If it were not for the fact that the martial arts were also created by Feng Zichen, the situation of the path of gods and demons was enough to make him vomit blood. The decline was too great. It was almost extinct. In the ancestral land, the Daluo Taoist priests also had some results. They were making the final adjustments and putting them into use. Everything was developing in a good direction. The human race as a whole showed a trend of prosperity, and their luck was getting stronger and stronger. If nothing unexpected happened, Feng Zichen would be able to successfully condense his own human emperor Dao fruit in tens of thousands of years. Unfortunately, unforeseen events always happened inadvertently. It was the sages. They were going to attack the human race. Chapter 738. After thousands of years, the sage finally made his preparations and began to bare his fangs against the human race. At the human race's border, there were the other Hotian races that were defeated by Yu the Great when he was controlling the flood. In the ancient Shenyuan period, there were also the mutants who betrayed the human race and joined forces to invade the human race's border. No one knew what benefits the sage promised them that made them have such an overconfident idea. How dare they attack the human race? They must be tired of living. Why don't they look at themselves? The two forces together couldn't even gather 5 Daluo Taoist priests. Even if they used the power of the entire race to attack the human race, what was the use? Not to mention shaking the human race, they couldn't even create chaos for the human race. The gap between the two sides was too big. Not to mention anything else, the gap between 500 Daluo Taoist priests and 5 Daluo Taoist priests was enough to make them despair. After hearing that these two forces invaded the human race's border, Feng Zichen didn't take it to heart at all. He directly sent 1,000,000 troops to the border to trample the two races. The human race's military system was created by Feng Zichen by imitating the Heavenly Court's military system. In other words, mortals were not qualified to join the army. Those who were qualified to join the army had to at least have the cultivation of a celestial immortal. And these were only the most ordinary soldiers. To become an elite, one had to at least be a golden immortal. To become a general, one had to have the cultivation of a Tai Jinxian. To command an army, one had to have the cultivation of a Daluo Jinxian. As for the Daluo Taoist priests, they were somewhat detached and couldn't be judged by common sense. They had the qualifications to become the human race's elders. As for the sage-to-be, they could be called kings. In the name of the human king, they could help the human emperor govern the world. Among the 1,000,000 troops sent by Feng Zichen to suppress the two races, there were no Daluo Taoist priests. However, they were all elites of the human race. The weakest among them was a golden immortal. Apart from that, there were also 10,000 Tai Jinxian, 1,000 Daluo Jinxian, and 300 Khanate Dao Lords. Tai Jinxian and Daluo Jinxian aside, the 300 Xiantian Dao Lords were Feng Zichen's most cherished treasures, one of the most important reserves of the human race. At the same time, they were also the most elite troops of the human race. Their status was second only to the Daluo Taoist priests. What was a Dao Lord? It was the Tai Jinxian of the ancient times, the Tai Jinxian who cultivated the Tao of innate. In ancient times and before, Daluo Jinxian was known as the Taoist priests, while Tai Jinxian was known as the Taoist Lord. This was because after one's strength reached the level of Tai Jinxian, one would begin to touch the level of Tao. This Tao referred to the Tao of innate. Therefore, the current Tai Jinxian and Daluo Jinxian were not qualified to be called Dao Lords and Taoist priests. These 300 Xiantian Dao Lords could be said to be the seeds of the Daluo Taoist priests. They had the potential to transcend the river of fate and become the Daluo Taoist priests. Feng Zichen had sent them on this expedition to train them. He wanted them to fight the Daluo Taoist priests and constantly hover between life and death. There were great terrors and great opportunities between life and death. If they could see through it, even if they couldn't become the Dalio Taoist priests, they would still benefit greatly. They would be a small step closer to becoming the Dalio Taoist priests and become half-step Taoist priests. 300 Xiantian Dao Lords, 1,000 Dalio Jinxian, 10,000 Tai Jinxian, and 1,000,000 golden immortals. The formation set up by these people together, coupled with the treasures secretly given to them by Feng Zichen, was enough to kill the Dalio Taoist priests. The Hotian race and the mutant race added together only had 4 Dalio Taoist priests. It might not be possible for the 1,000,000 soldiers and the experts guarding the border of the human race to kill all of them together. But if they couldn't even kill 1 or 2 of them, they would be useless. Feng Zichen felt that the elites of the human race were not so useless. They would definitely be able to kill the Dalio Taoist priests. Why did Feng Zichen not send the Dalio Taoist priests but only 1,000,000 soldiers to quell the unrest between the two races? Was it because there were no Dalio Taoist priests in the human race? Did he not know that only 5 Dalio Taoist priests were needed to quell the unrest between the two races? No, Feng Zichen knew, but he was unwilling to do so. This was because Feng Zichen wanted to use this battle to tell the world that even without the Dalio Taoist priests, the human race still had the ability to kill the Dalio Taoist priests. Was it shocking that the Dalio Taoist priests killed the Dalio Taoist priests? Perhaps, but it was not enough to shock the people. However, it was different when the Tai Jinxian killed the Dalio Taoist priests. The effect would definitely shock the untainted land for 1,000,000 years and be deeply engraved in the hearts of all living beings. The human race did not even send the Dalio Taoist priests, but they were able to kill the Dalio Taoist priests. If the Dalio Taoist priests of the human race really took action, how powerful would they be? They would probably be able to kill powerful beings. Fear often came from the unknown. As long as the living beings could not see the depths of the human race, they would always be afraid of the human race and would not dare to have the thought of fighting against them. Just as the 1,000,000 soldiers of the human race were setting off, a sudden change was quietly happening on the distant Mount Shouyang. Mount Shouyang, the eldest direct disciple of the Grand Pure One, Xuandu, was cultivating in seclusion in the 8 Visions Palace. However, at this moment, the innate cardinal treasure Taiji diagram quietly appeared. Rumble. While Xuandu was unprepared, a vast and boundless power gushed out from the Taiji diagram. In the blink of an eye, it enveloped the entire hall. In an instant, the space-time in the hall froze. It was completely stagnant. As for Xuandu, he was naturally frozen on the spot. Since the Taiji diagram had appeared, the person who attacked Xuandu was obviously his master, the Grand Pure One. Xuandu was only at the perfected realm of the Dalio Taoist priests. How could he be a match for the Grand Pure One who held a connate cardinal treasure? It was not surprising that he was directly sealed. Disciple, don't blame me. I sealed you for your own good. With your status, it's not appropriate for you to help anyone in this battle between the saint and the human race. Therefore, in order to prevent you from being in a difficult position, I'll seal you and make you lose all perception of the outside world. In this way, no matter what the outcome of this battle is, it will not affect you. All the mistakes will be blamed on me. After you wake up, you will still be the eldest disciple of the Ren school, Xuandu, and the human race's Wang Yang. After sealing Xuandu, the Grand Pure One's voice sounded slowly. It turned out that the Grand Pure One was worried that Xuandu would be in a difficult position, so he sealed him directly so that he could be removed from the battle between the heavens and humans. Who was Xuandu? He was the only true disciple of the Grand Pure One, the successor of the Ren school. At the same time, he was also one of the first 9 human kings of the human race, the human king Yang. With these 2 identities, it could be said to have brought great convenience to Xuandu. However, that was under the condition that the human race had a good relationship with the saint. Once the human race fell out with the saint just like now, Xuandu's situation would become extremely awkward. It was wrong for him to help anyone. If he helped the human race, how could he repay his master's kindness? If he helped his master, how could he repay the human race's kindness of raising him? Therefore, the Grand Pure One's sealing of Xuandu was the best choice. Only then could he stay out of it. Ah! After sighing softly, The Grand Pure One's voice and the Taiji diagram disappeared from the hall. As for Xuandu, he did not react at all. The Grand Pure One's attack just now was as if he had pressed the pause button. It had completely paused Xuandu's time and stopped at that moment forever. At this moment, not to mention the Grand Pure One's words, even if someone attacked him, Xuandu would not feel it at all. When Xuandu woke up, it might be tens of thousands of years later. However, to him, time had only passed for an instant. His consciousness had been stuck at the previous moment. He was completely unaware of the thousands of years that had passed. In an instant, everything had changed. This was the current situation of Xuandu. The strength of the Grand Pure One's mystical abilities could be seen. Of course, this was the only way that Xuandu could completely stay out of it. What was a master-disciple relationship? That was it. The Grand Pure One's master-disciple relationship with Xuandu was truly beyond words. Ha! The aura of the Eong clan has disappeared. What's going on? In the human emperor's palace, the moment Xuandu was sealed by the Grand Pure One, Feng Zichen sensed that something was wrong with him. As the human emperor, Feng Zichen could sense the aura of all the experts of the human race. That was because, under the connection of the destiny of the human race, the aura of the human race experts was like a bonfire in the night to him. It was so eye-catching and eye-catching. The disappearance of every human expert was like the extinguishment of a bonfire in the darkness. It disappeared from Feng Zichen's perception. Therefore, the moment the Shenqing aura disappeared, Feng Zichen sensed it immediately. Surprised, Feng Zichen used the Ziwei divine calculation to deduce the situation of Xuandu. Soon, Feng Zichen found out the cause and effect of the disappearance of Xuandu's aura from the heavenly secrets. What a Grand Pure One! After coming back to his senses, Feng Zichen said, the Grand Pure One was indeed scheming and astute. He could even plot against him. If not for the permission of the Grand Pure One, how could Feng Zichen have calculated the situation of Xuandu so easily? It was because he did not intend to hide it that Feng Zichen could easily calculate it. As long as the Grand Pure One could cover it up, Feng Zichen would have no other way to know the true situation of Xuandu other than personally going to the Buying Palace on Mount Shouyang to take a look. It was just like how Feng Zichen could conceal the heavenly secrets and the saint could not detect it. If the Grand Pure One concealed the heavenly secrets, Feng Zichen would not be able to detect it either. When the situation of Xuandu was placed in front of Feng Zichen, he would face a choice. Should he save Xuandu? With Feng Zichen's strength, it would be easy to save Xuandu. However, what could he do after saving him? Make things difficult for Xuandu? After thinking about it, Feng Zichen decided not to save Xuandu. It was good to let him be sealed by the Grand Pure One. At the thought of this, Feng Zichen was shocked. He seemed to understand the Grand Pure One's plan. The Grand Pure One did not hide the situation of Xuandu at all. Was he looking forward to him saving Xuandu? Compared to the Grand Pure One's action of sealing Xuandu, wasn't Feng Zichen's action of releasing Xuandu a little selfish? The Grand Pure One could say that he had sealed Xuandu for Xuandu's own good. However, could Feng Zichen release Xuandu for his own good? Feng Zichen thought about it from another perspective. If he were Xuandu, even if he did not say anything, he would still feel uncomfortable in his heart. He would gradually lean towards the Grand Pure One. At the thought of this, Feng Zichen could not help but sigh at the Grand Pure One's shrewdness. With a single mistake, he had almost missed a general and allowed the Grand Pure One to obtain a loyal disciple. Putting everything else aside, wouldn't a normal person's first reaction when they saw their friend being sealed be to save him? Why would he think so much about it? It was only Feng Zichen who was scheming that he noticed so many details. After guessing the Grand Pure One's plan, Feng Zichen looked at Xuandu again and discovered many details that he had not paid attention to previously. For example, the seal that the Grand Pure One used to seal Xuandu was indeed very powerful from the inside. With Xuandu's strength, it was impossible to break it. However, from the outside, the seal would shatter with a single touch. Just now, if Feng Zichen's spiritual will had scanned over, it would have shattered the moment it touched the seal on Xuandu. It was confirmed. This was the Grand Pure One's scheme against him. He wanted to sow discord between him and Xuandu without bloodshed. With that thought in mind, Feng Zichen used his mystical ability and added another seal outside Xuandu. Xuandu was indeed not suitable to appear in this battle. Since that was the case, he would seal him completely. After the battle ended, he would let him out. Since the Grand Pure One seal was not safe, Feng Zichen would add another one. That way it would be foolproof. Under such circumstances, if the seal on Xuandu's body was broken, it could only be done by the Grand Pure One. After all, it was the saint's Taoist sect, the Taoist sect of the first saint. Who would dare to cause trouble here? The Grand Pure One had personally sealed Xuandu and released him. What should this action be called? If it was the modern world, it should be called acting and standing. That was how the gap was created. The Grand Pure One naturally sensed Feng Zichen's actions. However, he did not say anything about that. It was a casual move. If he succeeded, it was naturally worth celebrating. If he failed, there was nothing to be depressed about. When Feng Zichen and the Grand Pure One were confronting each other, the million-strong army of the human race had already rushed to the border of the human race and met up with the human experts guarding there. There were not many soldiers guarding the border of the human race. There were only about 300,000 people. However, they were all elites and veterans of the human race. In terms of combat strength, they were even stronger than the million-strong army. After all, they were an army guarding the border. They had been fighting with foreign races all year round. If they were not strong, they would have died long ago. Putting everything else aside, most of the border soldiers were from the Jiang tribe and the Xiong tribe. From this, one could tell how powerful they were. Chapter 739. The Jiang tribe and the Xiong tribe belonged to the Yan Emperor and the Yellow Emperor. The resources enjoyed by the disciples of these tribes were naturally much better than the rest of the human race. And this was what made them so powerful. Since they had enjoyed treatment that exceeded that of ordinary people, they also had to bear the corresponding responsibility. Therefore, the disciples of these two tribes were sent to the border of the human race to defend against the invasion of the foreign race. 300,000 elites of the elites and millions of elites. It would be an exaggeration to say that this force could dominate the untainted land, but it was strong enough and could not be taken lightly. At the very least, the Daluo Taoist priests could not do it. After the million troops of the human race arrived at the border, they were not in a hurry to start a war with the two tribes. Instead, they sent messengers to the variant humans to persuade them to return to the human race. After all, they were once members of the human race. There were still many people in the human race who were unwilling to start a war with the variant humans. Therefore, after a unanimous discussion, they decided to give the variant humans one last chance. If they were willing to return to the human race, then their previous crimes could be written off and they could return to the human race. If they refused, then they could not blame the human race for being ruthless. The human race had never been merciful to their enemies. It was unknown what benefits the saint had given the variant human's ancestor to make him mercilessly refuse the goodwill of the human race. Since that was the case, there was nothing to talk about. A war was about to break out. Not long after the two sides deployed their troops, a war broke out. In fact, although it was called a war, the human race was one-sidedly crushing the variant humans. As soon as they started fighting, the allied forces of the two tribes were defeated by the human army and fled for their lives. In response, the human army naturally chased after them, intending to annihilate the main forces of the two tribes in one fell swoop. However, halfway through, the Daluo Taoist priests of the other side made a move. A Daluo Taoist priests of the post-celestial race stood alone in front of the million troops of the human race, intending to fight against the million troops of the human race with his own strength. To be honest, with the identity of the Daluo Taoist priests, it was indeed embarrassing for him to attack low-level cultivators. However, he had to make a move, because if he still did not make a move, then the elites of his race would be wiped out. This kind of loss was a price that the post-celestial race could not bear. It would cause their race to fall from prosperity to decline. face was very important, but compared to the rise and fall of the race, it was insignificant. Kill! The Taoist priests had the power to turn the world upside down. The Taoist priests of the post-celestial race pressed out with one hand, which transformed into a giant palm that blotted out the sky. He was about to slap the million-strong human army to death. As the Daluo Taoist priests, he was confident that he could single-handedly destroy the million-strong human army. The Daluo Taoist priests were just that strong. Those who had not reached this realm would never be able to understand the strength of this realm. This kind of strength was innate. It was not something that could be made up for by numbers. Although the million-strong human army was strong, they were as weak as ants in the eyes of the Daluo Taoist priests. For this reason, he was very confident and did not think that he would lose. However, the reality was that people often like to say no to self-righteous people. Just as the Taoist priests thought that victory was in his hands, something unexpected happened. Even when facing the Daluo Taoist priests, the million-strong human army did not panic at all. They orderly arranged their formation, then opened their mouths and shouted at the Daluo Taoist priests. Kill! The word kill resounded through the world and shook the universe. Suddenly, endless blood and qi gushed out from the million-strong human army and connected into a wave in the air. Like a rolling wave, it swept toward the Daluo Taoist priests. At the same time, the destiny of the human race in the long river of destiny also shook violently. A terrifying power tore through the endless universe and spread out from the unknown void, fusing with the vast blood and qi. Rumble! At this moment, the universe changed. Heaven and earth shook, stirring up endless wind and clouds. After the blood and qi of the human race fused with the destiny of the human race, its power suddenly increased and reached an extremely shocking level in an instant. Under this power, the whole world became oppressive. The Daluo Taoist priests of the postnatal lineage, who bore the brunt of this power, changed his expression wildly and thought of running away. Oh no! It's the destiny of the human race. These soldiers can mobilize the destiny of the human race. Feeling the powerful power contained in the blood and qi of the human race, even the Daluo Taoist priests could not help but feel a little scared. The blood and qi of the human race might not be strong, but the power of the destiny of the human race was definitely unimaginably strong. Not to mention the Daluo Taoist priests, even a sage-to-be was suppressed. Thinking of this, the Daluo Taoist priests of the postnatal lineage turned and fled, not caring about his dignity as a Daluo Taoist priest. If he did not run, he would die. This was the Daluo Taoist priest's only thought at this moment. The power of destiny of the human race was too strong and far beyond what he could contend with. The Daluo Taoist priests were particularly sensitive to life and death. Since his intuition told him that he would die if he did not run, then it must be true. Therefore, if he wanted to run, he had to run as fast as he could. If he had known that the human race army could mobilize the power of destiny of the human race, he would not have foolishly rushed to the front like this. Instead, he would have used a safer method. Alas, if he had known, he would not have acted so pretentiously. At this moment, the Daluo Taoist priest's heart was filled with regret. But it was too late to say anything now because he was about to die. Seeing that the Daluo Taoist priest was about to escape, the commander of the human race army, Jiang Hong, suddenly took out a flag. It was unknown what method he used, but he gently waved the flag in his hand, and then the Daluo Taoist priest was frozen in place. Boom! At this moment, the aura of the human race swept over and directly crushed the Daluo Taoist priest's body, tearing his physical body and primordial spirit into pieces. No, I can't accept this. I haven't achieved Tao yet. How can I die here? In the aura wave, the Daluo Taoist priest's innate, indestructible true spirit let out an unwilling roar. However, the aura of the human race was like a blazing sun and a sacred flame, erupting with a powerful force and burning it into ashes. His physical body exploded, his primordial spirit dissipated, and his innate, indestructible true spirit turned into ashes. The Daluo Taoist priests from the postnatal lineage could not be more dead. Moreover, he would not be able to be resurrected for a long time. How could it be so easy to resurrect someone who died under the power of destiny of the human race? Even with the help of a saint, he would have to pay a great price. In the distance, the other 3 Daluo Taoist priests who were about to rescue this person slowly withdrew their hands after sensing that something was wrong. It was too fast. It was really too fast. The Daluo Taoist priests died too fast. They did not have the chance to rescue him at all. By the time they realized that something was wrong and were about to rescue him, he was already gone. The strength of the human race has increased again. Looking at the human army that continued to chase after the defeated troops of the 2 races, the 3 of them had extremely ugly expressions. This time they were too careless. They should not have been so easily tempted by the saints' conditions and become their pawns to test the strength of the human race for them. At the moment, they had not tested the strength of the human race yet, but the elites of their race were almost gone. The strength of the human race was much stronger than the human race in their memory. Over the years, they had been improving, and the human race had also been improving, and they were improving faster than them. This was very uncomfortable. This was especially so for the mutants. Their feelings were extremely complicated now. They had left the human race in order to obtain better development. But now that they looked back, they suddenly realized that if they had not left the human race, their development would have been better. As such, how could they not feel uncomfortable? At this point, it's useless to say more. Let's think of a way to deal with the human race first. At the moment, the human race's general trend has been formed, and it's far from what we can contend against. In my opinion, we'd better stay put. Let's wait for a while and see what the saint has to say. The 3 of them communicated for a moment and discussed the next plan. They would stay put and wait for the saint's support. There were a total of 4 Daluo Taoist priests in the 2 races. Their strength was at the same level. Even if there was a difference in strength, the difference would not be too big. This meant that since the human army had the ability to kill one of the 4 of them, it meant that they also had the strength to kill the 3 of them. Thinking of this, the 3 of them were afraid. It was normal that they did not dare to attack the human race. After all, they had just proven that they really could not defeat the human race. For this reason, there was only one path left in front of the 3 of them, which was to wait for the saint's support. Since the saint wanted to deal with the human race, he must be fully prepared and would not only let them attack. As long as they could hold on, when the saint's backup plan was launched, the pressure on the human race would increase greatly. That would be the opportunity for them to counterattack. Therefore, before the saint's next plan was carried out, they had to hold on for a while. The news that the human army of 1,000,000 joined forces and killed a Daluo Taoist priest in an instant in the border of the human race quickly spread in the primordial world. For a time, the world shook. The video of this battle was circulated among the tens of thousands of races and was read by people. After watching the video of the battle, the tens of thousands of races fell into silence. So, unknowingly, the human race had become so strong? Just the power of providence mobilized by the 1,000,000-strong army was enough to kill the Daluo Taoist priests. What would happen if this number was multiplied by 100 or 1,000 times? They would probably be able to suppress the sage-to-be and the powerful ones. They might even be able to contend with the saint. The strength of the human race was already comparable to that of the shaman and demon race. In this world, there would probably be another race that could suppress the past, present, and future. After this battle, the tens of thousands of races tacitly raised the status of the human race to the level of the shaman and demon race. The human race had been established. Sooner or later, it would become a powerful force that was comparable to the shaman and demon race. With the strength of the tens of thousands of races, it was impossible to contend with it. In this world, the only ones who could stop its development were the saints. If the powerful ones were right, the primordial world would become a battlefield between the saints and the human race. This was bound to be a battle that was not inferior to the battle between the shaman and demon race. It might even be more exciting. At the border of the human race, the 2 races could hide, but the human race could not. The entire primordial world was watching their performance. They were waiting for them to wipe out the two races in one fell swoop so that they could completely calm the chaos at the border of the human race. If they did not take action, they would lose the face of the entire human race. Therefore, the border army had been on the move. However, no matter what they did, the three Zenith Heaven Holy Masters only pretended not to see or hear anything. They only focused on guarding the area and did not come out. This made the border army unable to attack for a while. The three Daluo Taoist priests working together was enough to fight against the human army of 1,000,000. They were determined to defend, so it was normal that the human army could not attack. Seeing that time had passed, the human army still could not do anything to the two races. For a time, Feng Zichen gradually lost his patience. Just as his patience was exhausted and he was about to send out the Daluo Taoist priests, an unforeseen event happened. Among the two races, some mutants suddenly announced that they wanted to return to the human race. It turned out that when the human messengers went to the mutant lineage, they were not without gains. Although the ancestor of the mutant lineage rejected the suggestion of returning to the human race, this did not mean that the entire mutant lineage agreed with his decision. Just as there were people in the human race who did not want to start a war with the mutant lineage, there were also people in the mutant lineage who did not want to start a war with the human race. In the past, even if they had parted ways, how could they bear to fight against each other? Therefore, under the continuous persuasion of the human race, they were finally persuaded to return to the human race. And this became the turning point of the war. The betrayal of some of the mutants caused the perfect defense set up by the three Taoist priests to collapse from the inside. This also gave the human army a chance. They launched the fiercest attack and drove straight in through the gap, wiping out the remaining forces of the two races in one fell swoop. At this point, the chaos at the human border was quelled. As for the three Taoist priests of the two races, they did not suffer any harm. After all, with the three of them working together, the strength of the human army could not do anything to them. However, more than half of their clansmen had died in battle, and their territory had been occupied by the human race. The three of them did not have the face to continue staying here. They gathered their remaining clansmen and rushed in the direction of Kunlun Mountain. At this time, only the saint could protect them. After all, they had attacked the human race under the orders of the saint, which was why they had ended up like this. The saint had to be responsible for this. Otherwise, who would dare to work for them in the future? As for going back to take revenge on the human army, the three of them wanted to. Unfortunately, Feng Zichen did not give them the chance. In order to prevent the three of them from jumping over the wall in desperation, Feng Zichen sent several Daluo Taoist priests to come here and stare at them. It was because they sensed the aura of these Daluo Taoist priests that the three of them left without hesitation. If they did not leave now, when the three of them were surrounded, they would not be able to leave even if they wanted to. The three of them were very fast. It did not take long for them to arrive near Kunlun Mountain. Just as they were about to step into the range of Kunlun Mountain, Feng Zichen, who was far away in the ancestral land of the human race, moved. P.S. Yesterday. Chapter 740. Rumble. Vast and boundless mana rushed out of the ancestral land of the human race, wrapped in the destiny of the human race. Like a torrent of the human race, it swept everything and crashed into the three people who were about to enter Kunlun Mountain. Bang! With a deafening explosion, the three Zenith Heaven Dao Masters were blasted into smithereens at the foot of Kunlun Mountain by this surge of mana. Not even their true spirits were left behind. They completely disappeared into thin air. And this scene was not only seen by the five saints in Kunlun Mountain, but also by the powerful beings who were watching the show. For a moment, the entire world seemed to have fallen into silence. Everyone knew that something big had happened. Bloodshed in the Holy Land was no small matter. There was no doubt that this was done by Feng Zichen. With his strength, coupled with the destiny of the human race, he could easily kill a sage-to-be, not to mention the Daluo Taoist priests. The reason why Feng Zichen did not attack at the beginning but chose to attack at this moment was that he was waiting for them to arrive at Kunlun Mountain. Fortunately, he could kill the three of them here in front of the saints. Otherwise, he could not show the dignity of the human race. If the world saw this scene, they would know that if they became enemies with the human race, even the saints would not be able to protect them. In this way, they would definitely be afraid. When they became enemies with the human race again, they would carefully weigh the pros and cons. Feng Zichen's action was intended to intimidate all living beings and make them not dare to be enemies with the human race. It was the same even if they had the backing of the saints. Didn't they see that the 3 Daluo Taoist priests who had the backing of the saints had been killed by Feng Zichen at the door of the saint's house? Killing the chickens to warn the monkeys was like that. The 3 Daluo Taoist priests could live until now because they were the chickens that Feng Zichen prepared to warn the monkeys. You've gone too far. In the Jade Void Palace, seeing the pool of blood at the foot of Kunlun Mountain, the heavenly lord of the Origin's face turned blue with anger. The other sages did not look too good either. Feng Zichen had really gone too far this time. His action could be said to have killed the saints' people at their doorstep. This was no longer a slap in the face, but a complete falling out. If the saints did not get back at them, no one in the primordial world would dare to follow them in the future. Die! Filled with hatred, the primeval Lord of Heaven activated his divine will and unleashed his wrath. In an instant, boundless dark clouds gathered at the borders of the human race, dyeing the sky black. Rumble! Within the dark clouds, lightning snakes danced wildly, emitting a destructive aura. The lightning and the dark clouds were all formed from the fury of the primeval Lord of Heaven. When a saint was enraged, heaven and earth would change color. Boom! Endless thunderbolts burst forth and blasted toward the human border. The dazzling light turned the entire world white. At the same time, it also illuminated the horrified faces of the humans below. This was the primeval Lord of Heaven venting his anger. He resonated with heaven and earth and created a heavenly punishment to descend upon the world, wanting to destroy everything. The thunderbolts rumbled and turned into a world-destroying calamity. They wanted to destroy the human border and the millions of human troops stationed there. Obviously, the primeval Lord of Heaven was really angry. Feng Zichen had killed 3 of his subordinates, so he wanted to bury the human army with him. Seeing that the heavenly punishment was about to descend and wipe out the human army, Feng Zichen suddenly stood up in the ancestral land of the human race in this world. Boom! As Feng Zichen stood up, an invisible force rose from his body. In the blink of an eye, it swept through the entire primordial world. Then time stopped at this moment. Everyone and everything stopped in place, including the heavenly punishment that was about to descend. Fellow primeval Lord of Heaven, are you trying to fall out with me? In the ancestral land, Feng Zichen shouted at the primeval Lord of Heaven from afar. As he spoke, the human Tao Emperor's seal rose from his body and wrapped around his waist, one on the left and one on the right of the human race. So what if I fall out with you? In the face of Feng Zichen's threat, the primeval Lord of Heaven was not afraid. He also raised the Pangu banner and faced him from afar. Neither side gave way to the other. A great battle was about to break out. But at this moment, outside the 33 heavens, a treasure suddenly flew out of Jinqiu heaven and hung in the sky. It was the Khanate supreme treasure, the cauldron of heaven and earth. At the same time, the Zhouxing diagram appeared in the boundless starry sky. In the celestial court, the phantom of the primeval pagoda of heaven was faintly discernible. Great Emperor Ziwei and the Jade Emperor had made their move. 3 supreme forces descended at the same time, cooperating with Feng Zichen's aura to suppress the primeval Lord of Heaven. Nuwa was undoubtedly on Feng Zichen's side. As for Great Emperor Ziwei and the Jade Emperor, they were both celestial court emperors. They had no reason to help outsiders against their own people. Rumble! At this moment, the great Tao wailed incessantly. The void even showed signs of instability, faintly showing signs of collapsing. Enough, let's end this matter here. Poor Wei and the others have lost this round. At this moment, the Grand Pure One spoke. It was a shocking admission of defeat. As soon as he finished speaking, the primeval Lord of Heaven put away the Pangu banner and turned to return to the Jade Void Palace. Seeing this, Feng Zichen and the others also withdrew their auras. After returning to the Jade Void Palace, the primeval Lord of Heaven shouted angrily at the Grand Pure One, "Big brother, what's the meaning of this? A loss is a loss. It's no big deal. The next sentence is to get it back." The Grand Pure One glanced at the primeval Lord of Heaven and said, "Why? Do you really want to fight with Gauchen?" Sigh. Hearing this, the primeval Lord of Heaven was stunned for a moment. He did not say anything and only sighed. This battle was destined not to happen. In the end, it would definitely attract the Tao ancestors' intervention. At that time, both sides would lose face. After a long while, the primeval Lord of Heaven asked unwillingly, "So, this matter is over?" "Of course not. Although this attempt to test the human race has failed, I can see that Gauchen fellow Taoist is still as straightforward as ever. Just because of a disagreement, you fight? How carefree. You should be a role model for our generation. However, it's also because of this that this battle has become more interesting. I just don't know if the carefree Gauchen fellow Taoist can still be carefree in the face of Poor Wei's next plan." The Grand Pure One shook his head and said mysteriously. According to him, another plan against the human race had begun. North Sea, North Sea, North Sea, which had been silent since the fall of the ancient heavenly court, suddenly had huge waves. Rumble. In the North Sea, huge waves surged towards the land one after another. Under these huge waves, the figures of countless demon soldiers could be vaguely seen. They were all wearing battle armor and holding spears. Their bodies emitted a terrifying aura. That was the North Sea demon race. They had made a move. The North Sea demon race, who had been silent for many years, stepped out of the North Sea and came to the land in groups. They advanced forward according to the ancient demon army formation. Their target was the human race. The battle between the human race and the demon race had begun. In just a few days, the news of the North Sea demon race's reappearance and their troops in the North Sea spread throughout the primordial world. For a moment, the primordial world was in an uproar. Everyone was shocked by this news. That was the North Sea demon race, a force that had existed since ancient times. It could be said that they were the direct descendants of the ancient demon race. They were also the most powerful force of the demon race now. The North Sea demon race could almost represent the entire demon race now. Their strength was also unimaginably powerful. Just the demon gods of the Daluo Taoist priest's realm were not inferior to 100. After all, not all demons participated in the battle between the liches and the demons. Patriarch Kuanping was a shrewd person. How could he let his direct descendants take risks? Therefore, there were not many demon gods of the North Sea demon race who participated in the battle between the liches and the demons. It was also because of this that the North Sea demon race's strength was preserved and they basically did not suffer any losses. And this also caused the prosperity of the North Sea demon race. 100 demon gods coexisted. In ancient times, demon god was the name of the Daluo Taoist priests. Yes, brothers, I've tried my best. That's all I can write. It's too difficult to write in the hospital. However, this is the last day. After today, we can change people. You're tuning in to the Legend of the Vagabond YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.